All right, so I guess we'll get started. So, a couple disclaimers. I do not claim to be an expert at this, but uh, I've been using this software a lot, so I'm happy to show what I know. And this software is now more than ever, constantly evolving. So some of the stuff I touch on today could be completely rendered obsolete, in a week from now. Who knows? And I'm not going to get into any super specific niche plugins and things like that for very situational use. What I'm hoping for is to give you all sort of an overview of here's what I do, here's why I approach it the way I do, and it should give you I hope a fairly good start at using software that can be frankly pretty intimidating. I mean, the people who put this together, are engineers, not user experience people. So it looks very, unforgiving and complicated. But once you get an idea of where everything is and what a workflow should sort of look like start to finish, it's not that bad. So anyway, so I picked out just a narrowband target to start with. This is Pac-Man data, 3 channels. One thing I recommend, especially if you're using mono, but actually if you're using something where any data where you're going to be generating lots of windows like this, if you just go in, right click on one and go to identifier, you can rename it to something. I think some of the data that I provided, I had already done it, so when you load it in, it comes out as like HAO 03 and S2. But straight out of the camera, it's got some mile long name. So that's just for your own sanity. So this data, like I said, this is out of my scope, and the first thing, this is assuming it's already been stacked and calibrated. You get your masters in. The first thing, well, actually, let me back up because I know people have questions about weighted batch pre-processing, which is the stacking script. I'm not going to do any stacking or anything like that today. So this is set up that I guess Jim was stacking something on here. I'm using his computer, so forgive me if I don't know what I'm doing on a Mac, but I'll just shout and he can tell me where everything is. At any rate, so this I just loaded batch pre-processing, and I know, I mean, you can stack in stuff like deep sky stacking. There's other ways to do it. What the PixInsight developers have been doing with weighted batch lately, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this script, and it can take quite a while depending on your computer to run, but it's doing a whole lot of stuff in the background. So for people who haven't used this before or aren't sure, of all the features in it, it's really fairly well laid out. I mean, you've got these buttons along the bottom, right? You can add just generic files and let PixInsight figure out what's what, or you can specifically go through, click here, point it to your bias here, point it to your darks, flats, lights, etc. And what it does, right, is it'll sort, like you see here, right? So you've got the binning one, and then the resolution of the camera, and it'll sort by filter and then by exposure length. So he's got 5-minute HAs here, 50 frames. We can close that, minimize that. He's got oxygen data in here. He's got sulfur data in here. And if you were to add other channels, or other exposure lengths, they'd all show up in there as well. And if you click across, the top, he's got his flats in here corresponding. He's got darks in here. And what you can do once you've got all that stuff loaded in, right, you click the calibration tab and it gives you a breakdown with these green check marks, right, to just double check that, all right, I've got the darks, the bias, the flats, the lights, and it gives you the status indicator letting you know that, all right, it's figured out, there's a corresponding flat or dark in this case that corresponds to the exposure length or the filter for each of your groups of lights. So it's just a sanity check, and you can go in and you can disable some of this stuff if you want, but it's pretty smart about how it lays all that out. You can go in here, post calibration. You can look at your integration time. You can turn on drizzling or not if you want. For your color camera guys, your debayering info is up here. If you want to mess with any of that. It'll also give you, if you click pipeline here, and this also flashes up when you run it, gives you an idea of how much disk space it's going to eat up. So a warning will pop up, which is nice, and it'll say, if you do this, it's going to eat up 30 gig on your drive. So make sure you've got sufficient hard drive space. And then also, I should have said in the lights tab, you can also go in here and you can toggle how the lights are calibrated and integrated. Some of the stuff that, so he has in this one astrometric solution. I have that disabled as well. That takes a really long time, and PixInsight's image solver is very hit or miss. So to save you some time, I'd leave that off as well. I also leave off auto crop only because I've found when I do, it's a great feature, but I've found occasionally it can get tricked, and you'll get, I've had it when I do mosaics where it'll crop for some reason, like really bizarrely, and I'll get, it's supposed to trim the edges off, right, from stacking, and sometimes it'll just cut the final image in half. So I leave auto crop off and I just do the cropping manually. But otherwise, when you dump your stuff in here, the only thing you're really going to change is you're going to give it an output directory, and you hit run, and depending how fast your computer is or isn't, it could take anywhere from half an hour to many hours. But you can save yourself some time. It'll generate these master calibration frames, right? So he's got like master darks. If you turn on this detect masters from path, you can actually generate one time only your master flats and darks and just store them in a calibration folder, and then you don't have to stack them every time. So you can use that to save save yourself some time as well. So I just wanted to touch on that briefly because I know weighted batch can freak some people out. But I'm not gonna run anything today because it takes forever. Anyway, so assuming that's done, right? You get 3 or however many. If you're one shot color, you'll usually get 1, unless you're using multiple filters. But you'll get some masters out. And the first thing I like to do, right, is just open them up and look around the image. These are fairly clean. This was a lot of integration time, so they came out pretty good. But assuming you don't do auto crop, which I didn't, so you can see, for instance, like this corner up here, right? There's a little area that wasn't cropped correctly. First thing I'll do is I'll do process, and then down here dynamic crop. And so I'll just take, so I see the blemish here in the O3, right? And I'll just drag, click and drag something like that, right? Just, you can get closer if you want. If you just want to focus on the region of interest, you can do that. It's up to you. Now, the trick with multiple channels or multiple images like this is these are all stacked and aligned to one another. If I crop one differently than the other, it's gonna cause problems down the line. So what you can do with PixInsight, right, is this dynamic crop is pointed at this O3 image, but if I click this arrow and I drop it down here, all these settings, including the dimensions of this box, are saved. So I can actually close this. Do I want to cancel the dynamic crop? Yes. And I can take this process 38, which I've just generated, and drop it on there, and you see it chops the edges off. So I can do this, and it'll apply the same crop to all 3 channels, just like that. And like I said, it's important to crop them all the same way. So now, all right. So now I have, three cropped. I got rid of the edges.
Can you show how you saved that?
Yeah. So yeah, and but if anyone this is supposed to be super informal, so if anyone has any questions, just shout them out.
Yeah,
by all means.
I understand what you said in the last few minutes.
Yeah.
But I missed the part about.
So for any tool,
dynamic, you bring up the tool.
And this is the same for any tool, right? In PixInsight. So we'll go just real quick. We'll go over. You have an execute button. You can also drag and drop it onto the image, and this guy over here, the 4 hours. This is the reset tool. So any changes I make, you can then reset.
So you already did a crop. If you could do it again and show me how you saved it.
Yeah. So what I did is
What do you mean by save, though?
I think what he means is created this.
The process icon.
Yeah, so I set it where I wanted it,
Right.
right? So, and you can move this around. And then you just click the blue arrow and drop it on the desktop here. Click and drag.
That's for oxygen. Now you have to do the same thing for.
No, so what this process 39 is, this represents the settings that are in my dynamic crop window now, the width, the height, the anchor point. So what this says is if I drag,
So you showed me a button to put that on the screen to make an icon out of it,
right,
and that was the very most left button.
yes, that's this blue triangle. Oops. The blue triangle will
create an icon.
if you drag in, if you drag it into this this gray work area, I can make as many as I want.
So that,
And then so for instance, if I open process, I can't open it. Well, and anyway, the settings that I had set are saved in there, and then I can.
You just double click on it, don't you?
No, that just launches it.
well, you have to bring up the image, right?
Well, yeah, I mean it can apply it to that, but that's one way if you want to do the same thing multiple times. You can create these sort of floating icons and
They're like from other photo imaging processes if you use them, like creating macros so that they can be run. So basically that's the same concept that PixInsight has.
yeah.
Do you just drag them to the image for the next crops?
Yeah, so when you want to execute it, you select that dynamic crop thing and drop it on the image, and it'll apply. That works for dynamic crop. It stretching, whatever you're using.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Though. I've been getting pretty familiar with the program.
Yeah.
Installing repositories, RC, Astro,
Yeah.
Freddy, all that stuff. Did a few things, but when I download the Luna 1 data,
Right.
I don't see anything. They're all black.
Yeah, you have to stretch
And I
it.
didn't
Yeah.
know what to do right
Yeah.
there. So
Yeah. So let me see.
I might
So-
see. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's if you.
You hit that X on the top there, put it back in there.
Yeah. This. Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
what
So this is what you're seeing effectively. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
That's the raw image unscratched.
Yeah, so this is a linear image, and then if you just click this nuke icon up here,
I'm sorry. Where?
the
What are you using, Windows?
I'm using Windows. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a different.
so you see up here
Oh, auto stretch.
the screen transfer function.
Yeah, I don't have that on top.
Yeah, it's further over.
It might be further to the right.
Wait, what's it look like? Where is it on the toolbar?
It can be in different spots depending on
Yeah,
the
it may be
You're over here.
This last one?
Yeah, Control A will do that also.
Alright, so if I select
Yeah,
this,
That's already seconds. It's good. So the next one over.
this
That
one.
one.
Yeah, I don't see those icons up here.
the other.
Oh, yeah, see this one.
You can also just open it.
Get them up.
Yeah.
Click the first one.
Is it like-
So I
Yeah,
click
you
this
need
one?
It's up.
Green's the front.
Max, there you go.
I don't know the alphabet.
I just pull, if you pull your laptop closer to me, I'll find it. I just can't see it from that distance.
Hold on, we're having technical difficulties here.
Your image is
Okay,
up right
see
there.
where you, oh, sorry, I'm trying to use your touchpad.
Okay, I'll
Thank
move
Can you see right here?
Alright,
This,
And then this one is
that's
Control A.
screen transfer function is.
I got it working now.
This one will reset it, right? So if you click this one,
Does everyone online have that
Now why?
up here?
this
Those
one,
little icons that you have up there.
it's an auto stretch, it's a
Okay.
preview. It's not really.
Yeah, I just want to know where the.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think
Switch between them.
Yep.
some folks have different
This one is.
toolbar layouts, so they're
It's
looking
like
for it.
like a red X and a, or a red circle with a white X.
Raise this one, which is screen transfer function.
So I'm guessing
And
anybody
this
who's
one
in
is
the
to
already seen.
go back.
Are you able to hear?
Yeah.
Cause I just share a cone, so
Started over here.
So the other thing you guys can, yeah.
Is there, before you do your stacking, when you're looking at your raw, is there like a grade feature, so like there's stars that are unround?
Subframe selector.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, which ones are the ones that get unique, man? I guess all of them.
So the other thing you can do if you're having trouble finding that, go up top into processes and then all processes and open screen transfer function. It'll effectively do the same thing. That's what this guy is here, and it has the same nuclear button, right, for auto stretch, and you can just toggle back and forth.
There's your nuke button right there. The website to stretch.
At the moment, I'm just trying to find out to make what's going on here.
So does everyone have a screen transfer functioned temporarily stretched image that they're looking at? We're good?
Okay, so what you need to,
1 second now.
Yep.
I've got that thing, that screen transfer, but when I
oh
nuke it.
yeah, where's, that's the, it's because it's already stretched, where's the reset button?
Reset on strength.
Oh, so you're gonna use the blue box on the bottom corner to reset it, and then the nuclear button does the stretch.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
should you take it mono or everybody uses it?
Both, but me, I'm working on color. This is be mono.
Where's Yola?
When you're
It.
using colors, this is just quick.
It's new for people.
Yeah.
A little link thing here.
Yeah,
That means that all the channels are kind of locked together. But
that's
if,
when you're using color.
right, but if, well, you want that if you're using mono, but if you're using color, it'll sometimes make the image too green.
So,
All
right.
The bare matrix on the color is dim.
so let's.
If you're doing color, you just want that one turned on. So, that's all.
So everyone has. You're able to at least stretch an image and see it now instead of a black image, correct?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So
Stretch.
Oh, as opposed to a
Right.
black screen. When you said a black image, I wasn't sure what you meant.
all right, we're gonna keep moving, guys. So if you can if you're using color data, right? Like one-shot color data, you may want to click this icon here, the two linked chains, and make sure it's disabled, and then hit the stretch button. What this does is it will stretch your three channels independently. If you're looking at an image and it's like all green or all blue or something like that, which sometimes happens with mono image or color images, just unlink it and you'll be seeing what it should look like. Anyway, so now that we have our image and we can see it, the next thing I usually do is I'll do a background removal. So I recommend using Graxpert, but there are other ways to do this. There are ways within PixInsight to do it, and you can actually put Graxpert into PixInsight. There's a way to do that.
How do you do that?
Well, I'm not gonna cover that now, but that's through the Graxpert website. You basically load it in as a repository. It doesn't have the same user interface. So I've launched Graxpert now outside of PixInsight, and let me see.
Is that because it didn't launch it in the script?
No, it's in there, but that's not how I had it set up. So what you want to do, at least using Graxpert, right, is I'm going to go in, navigate to my files, my HA03S2, and actually at this point, once you've, I should back up a second. Once you've cropped these guys, just go to save each one. It'll save that crop change. So we'll save oxygen. We'll save sulfur. And we'll save our HA. So that saves the crop change, and then it'll throw that warning anyway. So I'll close these down. Not to worry. We've applied the crop, and then within Graxpert, I'll open the cropped version. Right, the one we just saved out. And it'll pull it up in here, right? And you can do crop, you can do some of this other stuff in there, but the only one I'm interested in is this background extraction. There's a lot, like I said, there's many ways to do background extraction. I find myself using Graxpert more often lately. They use this AI method, and I think it does a really good job. Plus, it's essentially idiot proof. You're not drawing sample points or anything like that. It just does it. So in background extraction, I select interpolation method AI, and then I just hit calculate background. And it's going to look at the image. It'll remove the background. Like I said, this particular data is pretty clean. So there's not a lot of background in it. But what I can do after I remove it is I can click on background. It doesn't really show up well on the projector. On the screen, I've got like a little blob here and a little bit on this edge.
And I noticed in calculation, you changed the smoothing to 0.0, or no, you disabled?
Well, right. So this smoothing factor, you can experiment with that a little bit. So I'll put it right now. I'll put it at 0.5, right, and I'll hit calculate, and we'll see if it makes much of a difference. Not really. It depends on your data set, but essentially what that's going to do is, I guess you guys online could probably see it better than on the projector, but there's like a very faint gradient here, and it's basically how hard or not are these the edges of the gradient. I think the default is actually 0.5, but it's just that's the only real toggle on this thing, and you can play around to see what yields better results. But it's a whole lot less work than using, within PixInsight, using the traditional like dynamic background extractor, where you got to make a whole bunch of sample points, et cetera, et cetera. And at any rate, once I've pulled the background out and I'm happy with how it looks, you click this saving tab, and you want to still save it as a 32-bit XISF, and I just click Save Processed, and it's gonna create a new file for you. It'll be HA_Graxpert, and it's gonna dump it back into the folder where you loaded the file from.
Max,
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
You're outside of PixInsight temporarily. But
That's
mine's
correct.
Inside PixInsight.
You can do it from within PixInsight too.
So
You can.
I don't see your windows, but I just see execute. Should I just hit that?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, that was all.
Yeah. So if you have Graxpert loaded into PixInsight, I use the external version because it tends to get the newer updates faster. But yeah, if you have it integrated into PixInsight, it's effectively doing the same thing.
Okay.
When I use it in PixInsight, I just use the default.
Yeah.
I don't mess with anything. I just hit the button.
Yeah. Yeah.
The bottom one, it says saved, stretched, and processed.
Right.
What's the difference that, other than stretched?
So the stretched and processed is, if you were to save stretched and processed, you're going to save out what you see on the screen right now, which is effectively a stretched version of this data. I want to stretch it myself, so I don't want to do the stretching within Graxpert. You can, but I'll show you in a minute why I want to do it on my own, if that makes sense. So essentially, excuse me, essentially what this has done, right? So you can see the data, it'll apply like a screen transfer function. Because this is still linear data. It would be black, just like an all black image otherwise. It applies a screen transfer function so you can see what you're doing and you can see the gradient. So you can actually save it out as a saved or as a stretched and background extracted. I don't want to do that. I just want to remove the gradient and save it still as a linear file. So I'm going to click just save processed.
So Max.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So you need to do this process before stretching or you can stretch, let's say in Photoshop or whatever, and then do the background extraction, or
no, you want to do your background extraction before you do any stretching, because if you stretch it first, you're actually stretching the gradient as well, which makes it a bit more difficult to remove. So you want to do the bulk of the cosmetic, we'll call it a cosmetic correction to your images while they're still linear, because it's easier to fix background gradients. It's easier to fix noise issues. It's easier to fix sharpening and stuff like we'll get to, like blur exterminator. That all you want to do in the linear state. So the ordering here is kind of important. You want to do all this sort of image manipulation while it's still linear.
So this image is still linear. You can see.
It's still it's still
because it's like a temporary.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. It's a temporary stretch. The only reason we do these temporary stretches is so we can see what we're doing. But it's as you say, it's a temporary stretch.
Okay. And the temporary stretch, I missed this part. The temporary stretch you have to do by yourself in this software, or the software is going to do that automatically for you?
So Graxpert is applying a temporary stretch when you load the image in. Yeah, it's doing that for you. But when I save this file out, as you'll see in a minute, when I load it back into PixInsight, it's going to be all black, like it was before we applied temporary stretch. So this is just temporarily stretching it, removing the gradient, and then saving it back out. It's not applying anything permanently. So this is mono data. So I have to do this 3 times for each channel. So this is the HA channel. If you're using one-shot color, you just do it to your color master. But I'm going to load up briefly here. I'll load up my oxygen. Open that up. It's going to do, again, a temporary stretch. We got background extraction. I'll hit calculate background. It's going to do its thing. So this is gradient corrected. Again, you don't see much change. This particular target I sunk a ton of time into. So, and then I'll just hit, again, save processed. So my oxygen is done. And then finally I'll do sulfur here. Boom. And the reason I like Graxpert is especially on mono data. If you were doing like dynamic background extraction, the gradients are going to be different in each channel, so you're going to have to go through and set sample points 3 times, and that in the past is just spectacularly tedious. And with this, I can just quickly let the AI effectively set the sample points and remove the gradient. So it's just a big time saver, and it does a good job. The guy wrote this and put it out there for free, which was fantastic. So anyway, so once you have your images gradient removed and then saved out, we can minimize Graxpert and go back to PixInsight. And then just a quick little trick: if you double click on the workspace, you can open up the file browser. So I'll go into Pac-Man, and now I will. Oops, don't want that one.
Man.
How do you? Is it Control click on Mac? Command. So it's always got to be something, Steve Jobs. Come on, man. All right, Command click them. Right, so and then we just open them up. So we're opening up our gradient corrected ones. So as you can see, right, we didn't apply the stretch, so they load in black. So these are still linear. And so I'll go in here and I'll use screen transfer function. Is going to do the same thing as the nuke button. And I'll just boom, so we can see what we're doing. So this is exactly what we were looking at in Graxpert now. So now we have background extracted images. So now we can start doing stuff to these.
Can you give me a minute before you continue?
Absolutely, yeah.
I was listening, and now I just want to quickly do
Yeah.
Graxpert.
Yeah.
I have Graxpert loaded outside too.
So I thought I had Graxpert on here, and I don't. So we'll see how gradient correction does.
Yeah.
Compared.
I use, like I said, I use Graxpert. There are many other tools out there. It's a very important step in the process. I was talking about SETI Astro, right? We're just waiting for a few people to catch up, so I'll show you this in the meantime. So SETI Astro put something in here, this automatic dynamic background extractor. Say that 3 times fast. the dude who puts these together, SETI Astro, is it's phenomenal. And essentially what this is going to do is it automates dynamic background extractor, the tool I was talking about earlier. And you would just point it at, one of your masters here. And it
Oh, so it's like populating the fields.
it populates it
For
for you effectively. And you can he's got videos on his website, the one I emailed out for each of these tools to show you how it works. This one actually, I mean, it's an arms race, right? This one is, if you use it side by side with like Graxpert, you'd be hard pressed to find a difference. So I would absolutely recommend, this one as an alternative too. It's in the SETI tool set. I use Graxpert. It hasn't let me down yet, so I still use it. But I've played with this tool too. Does the same thing, and it gives you a little more. Graxpert's a little black boxy using AI to sample the points. This one will give you a little more control over that. But more toggles is more complicated.
Graxpert now.
Yeah.
And what were in simple 1, 2, 3 steps? What was the first step? That
Load your image in.
Okay, I have the.
Click on
sulfur.
Click on background extraction, which is step 3 on there.
Right, I put it in AI.
Hit calculate background.
Calculate background.
Yep, it'll do its thing. And then once it's done, go to step 5 in Graxpert, which is save, and you want to hit save processed.
Okay, but I still see a black screen basically. It didn't really take the sulfur image. I still have no detail.
In Graxpert or
in Graxpert? I opened Graxpert and it says Graxpert connected.
You're gonna do the stretch.
Yeah, it looks like the stretch isn't on.
Yeah.
It might not be automatic.
Go back to the original image and I guess do the stretch first.
Well, I thought Graxpert stretched it.
It should when you load.
Is there
Let me see. Well, it takes only one image at a time, right?
Yep.
So I'll reload the image. The image is.
What is your setting at the?
Oh, up top.
Well,
Okay,
down here at the bottom you have saturation.
Yeah, it says 1.0.
And your to the left of that, your automatic stretch here. Is it 15%? 3 sigma?
Okay. It said no stretch, no wonder.
Yeah. So
So I put in. Okay, now I have the image.
yeah, the default is 15%. BG 3 sigma.
So once that's done, I loaded the image. Now I stretched it 15%.
Yep.
And then I go to step 3.
So you go to step 3 here, background extraction, AI. Hit.
Smoothing is 0.1.
You can put it at 0.5 I think is the default. And then you just hit calculate background.
Okay.
And it'll spin for a couple seconds.
Okay. Calculate background.
And then when that's done, you want to hit step 5 saving and hit save processed.
Okay. And as XISF.
As XISF, yep.
Replace it. Yes. And then just repeat the process for the other two, right? So
Per channel, yeah. So it's the same, just steps 1, 3, and 5. They're getting fancier with Graxpert, right? I mean, step 4, it can do a denoise, it can do a crop, but I only use it for the those 3. So,
Max?
yeah, what's going on?
Yes, I have another question. I
Sure.
used now the software right now. I have in my computer.
Yeah.
I was trying, and when I put AI, I said I have to install that. I am installing the AI.
Yeah.
I have to work. Now, my question is, I don't see, when you see at the top, you say original, and you have two other options.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't, gradient, correct. I only see original, so do I have to download the other one?
Yeah, so you'll see the other ones after. So when you load it in, it'll default to this original. Once you do background extraction, it will show you. It'll switch to gradient corrected. It'll show you. Here's what your image looks like with the gradient removed, and then if you're interested, you can also click on background, and that'll show you the gradient. This one's not a great example because there's not much of a gradient in there, but you'll click on these other options will only show up after you remove the background. So
After the okay.
yeah, so you'll have this gradient corrected, and then you'll save. Clicking save processed will save the gradient corrected version. You're welcome to, when you're playing around with your data on your own. I mean, these other features here, right? Crop and denoise, they work well. I just use a different way of doing it. Bless you. I just use a different set of tools, but they're perfectly capable. So at any rate, so once you've done all that, right, you can load in your 3 gradient corrected images,
Well,
or
and now
however
we
many.
want to stretch them because now they're black again.
They're black, yeah. So if you go to all processes and this screen transfer function, like I said, it does the same thing as the nuke button. It does the same thing as the nuke button, but for especially you guys with one-shot color data, your channels will be by default linked, which means it'll stretch your red, green, and blue channels in the histogram the same amount. And you don't want to do that because in a one-shot color camera, your Bayer pattern is going to be 1 red, 2 green, 1 blue. And if you stretch all 3 the same amount, your image is just going to be green because you got twice as much green as everything else. So if you unlink it, you'll get what should be a more natural colored image.
It should be more like a red.
Yeah, it'll be a red or yeah, depending on the target. Yeah, so that fools a lot of people. When they're shooting one-shot color, it's all, why is my image all green? You just got to turn off this link down
Very
here.
important. I've definitely been there.
Yeah. So don't freak out if your image comes out green. This is why. And this hotkey up here that I was pointing to, the nuke button, that doesn't take that into account. So it's like a good quick and dirty stretch, but anyway, so what I do at this point, just arrange them left, boom, boom. So, and this is where the mono workflow is going to catch up with the one-shot color workflow pretty quick. They're gonna merge basically. So if you're using mono data, there's a lot of you can go online and look, and there's plenty of discussions about what's the best way to do. When do I combine stuff? When do I hit it with X tool, Y tool? What I've been doing lately, and I find works best for me at least, is at this point I do channel combination now. So if you go into process and all processes and go down to this channel combination, I do this before I do blur exterminator, before I do any noise exterminator, any stretching. And the reason I do it now is I found, at least with my setup, right, certain channels, whether it typically oxygen or blue, the stars bloat differently. I'm still shooting, 5-minute or 2-minute exposures. But they bloat differently at the same exposure length compared to other filters. And when I go in and hit them with like Blur Exterminator individually and then combine them, I get these weird halos. And I've found that doing a channel combination first and then doing work on the stars, that eliminates that issue. So if you open, and this is again only for the mono people, if you open channel combination, so we'll do a Hubble palette, since I have 3 channels here. I take my HA and I drop it to my green channel. My oxygen's going blue, and my sulfur goes red. All right. You load them up like that, and then you hit the blue button, which, again, going back to whoever invented these stupid buttons in PixInsight, right? The X button, right? That looks like a stop button on like a tape player. That's actually go. But because I'm using 3 different images, now I have to hit the circle button. So it's just, you get the hang of it eventually, but the UI makes no sense. So I
have one question.
Sure, go ahead.
That just occurred to me.
Yeah.
So I have a one-shot color.
Right.
But when I did WBPP, I told it to separate it into the channels.
Yeah.
Right? And then combine. So when I'm processing this, I have been using the combined image. Should I be processing each individual RG? I'm doing Andromeda, so it's RG.
So what are you looking at right now? Are you looking at a color image, or are you looking at 3 channels?
Well, I was opening the combined.
That's fine.
Image.
That's fine.
But WBPP had also generated a master red, master green. Should I be pretending that I'm doing mono and processing these individually?
So that's a very good question. So the short answer is it's up to you. The reason you would want at a one-shot color to separate channels the way you did is if you want more control over how the colors go together. So for instance, so you're looking at Andromeda, right? Yeah. If you were to have independent channels, let's say, Andromeda, right? The outer rings or the outer edges of it, right, tend to have like a bluer cast. But that blue is sometimes more difficult to pull out. What you can do is if you separate it into individual channels, you could theoretically slightly bump up. You could stretch the blue channel independently, and then when you combine them, you've boosted the blue, which can be slightly more challenging if you were to do it as a single color image. So that's the advantage of having independent channels. I'm not going to cover it today. I may cover, I'd like to do this again, and I can cover some of the crazier tools, but that's where something like a narrowband, the narrowband normalization, where you can boost up, like if something is really strong in like hydrogen but weak in oxygen, you can boost the oxygen channel to be the same intensity as the hydrogen channel, for instance. You could do something like that with your RGB. So that's why you would want independent independent channels. But it's, you know,
Well,
it's
this was not narrowband. This was.
no. I understand. I understand completely. But the idea remains the same, right? If you have unique channels, you can do more to them while they're isolated before combining them. But
for M31,
it's entirely, you know, it's entirely up to you. I'll show you. I'll do Andromeda next, and I'll show you how I go after that one. But for all intents and purposes, I mean, if you're, you know, you can achieve the same results with a one-shot color camera. It's just with all channels combined, it's just a little different. Maybe you use masks, something else. But in this case, you know, what I'm about to do here with this channel combination, right? I'll hit apply global. I can get rid of that.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yes, it's about that. I haven't used PixInsight. Actually, I don't have it yet.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to buy it. I use Photoshop. You
Yeah.
talk about the 3 channel and so on. In Photoshop, you have the 3 different channels that work with the label and core and everything individually. So you say that separate the channel and so on. Do you have that option in PixInsight? Because in Photoshop, it looks that you don't need to separate each channel even with a color camera because you already have the different channel.
Yeah. So what she's talking about is when you stack it in PixInsight in weighted batch preprocessor, there's an option. If you're shooting one-shot color, it'll spit out a stacked color image, but there's an option in there to de-bayer your image, and it'll give you a red channel master, a green channel master, and a blue channel master, and you can so like I have effectively, right, a green channel, a blue channel, and a red channel in my HONS, and if I wanted to, I could adjust them independently. You know, in Photoshop, you can effectively target in like the histogram tool. You can effectively target RG and B together, or you can target just the red range, the blue range, or the green range. You can do something like that in the histogram tool. You know, that's the thing about PixInsight, right? There's a million avenues to get the same result. So you can do it that way too with similar results.
So Max, if
Yeah.
I may intervene, so I did what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
I used the screen, the channel combination.
Yeah.
And I loaded each one.
Yeah.
And then I ran it.
Yeah.
And for some reason now I get like a blue sky background.
Yeah.
And a very green image. Is that normal?
Unlink your channels and then stretch it.
Oh, so I can just discard this. Go back to my channel combination.
In screen
It doesn't save it. It doesn't seem to be saving the. I have to reload the individual channels every time.
In screen transfer function. So I'll show you. So if I have the channels linked and I hit it,
that's what
you
I
get.
got.
Yeah. Right. So you click the linked chains here, and then do it.
Click the.
In the upper left, see this thing right
I
here?
got RGB. Oh,
You see the link?
Screen transfer.
Yeah, you see link RGB channels. You have it where they're linked. Oops.
Oh, I have to link it.
You want it
Unlink
unlinked.
it.
Unlink it.
I thought well, it's showing unlinked here.
If they're linked, you're going to get something that looks like this, which is your red, green, and blue are all being stretched the same amount. You don't want that. You want them unlinked.
Okay, so I did my channel combination. I can close that. Just unlink it.
Yeah.
So it's unlinked. It looks unlinked, and then hit the apply.
You hit the nuke button. Yeah.
It's still coming out green.
That's fine. Mine's green too.
Oh,
Yeah, mine's green too. That's fine.
So we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what happens, right, with this button. That's why you want to unlink it, because someone's inevitably going to say, "What the hell's wrong with my image?" And that's what's wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's just you're stretching everything together. All right. So now we have a color image, which if you're just using one-shot color data, it's going to look this. Now we're on the same page. So this is not what your image is supposed to look like, obviously, right? It's noisy. It's the wrong color. So what do, right? And again, it's still linear. We haven't applied any stretch to it. It's just temporarily stretched so we can see what's going on. So at this point, what I typically do is, if you have Blur Exterminator, which is I mentioned the RC Astro suite in my email. These are expensive plugins, but they're worth their weight in gold. So this is the point in processing where I'd hit it with Blur Exterminator, and as I mentioned, right, I do it at this stage instead of individual channels because I feel like it doesn't destroy the stars as much. But that's me. I mean, your mileage may vary. So I do it I've reset this. It's all defaults, auto PSF, and I just drag and drop on here. You can do stuff like correct only stars.
Well, if you correct only stars, it means it's correcting your issues.
It corrects the stars,
Once you've done that, then you uncheck it and then run it again, and then it shrinks them.
Yeah.
You have to correct them first.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it that way, or you can do. Yeah. So we'll try it this way, and we'll see. If you check correct only, this is going to only apply to.
Like if we elongated a bit.
Yeah. Well, my stars. This is old data, so my stars were a disaster in the corner, and they still sort of are. But that's life.
It's a good subject for this.
So you can sort of toggle back and forth. Maybe I can, if I zoom in up here. Ugh, these are horrible. See, they're terrible, and now they're just horrible.
Well, no,
they're better. They're better, but it's like lipstick on a pig. And this is I was shooting this without a flattener on it.
Right.
So
But then if you run it again with your correct only off, it'll shrink them down.
So this is blur X on your stars. I worry that Blur X is going to inspire bad habits, and it certainly has. I was like, oh, I'll just shoot a whole summer with no flattener and YOLO.
Yeah, run it again.
And then we hit it.
And now it's going to shrink them. It'll look lovely.
So with it turned off, what this is going to do is it'll sharpen all the detail. Yeah, you got these tiny little stars, and we can see. So if I zoom in on some of the detail in here, right? Oh, it's difficult to see. It's mostly on the stars, but.
Yeah.
Didn't it used to work well with correct first, and then like there was an update and then it stopped?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
So
because that's how I used to do it.
For those of us that don't have Blur Exterminator,
right?
What would we do?
You buy Blur Exterminator.
Buy it.
Yeah. No, it's.
It went on sale, by the way.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it's 80 something now.
Wow.
Oh, it's a steal.
Still,
Yeah.
honestly, it's you know.
Think about all the money you've sunk into everything else.
Oh yeah, I'm talking.
It's well worth it.
It's
If you buy all three, you get a deal too.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
yeah, it's worth the price of admission. Like I said, it's an incredibly powerful tool. At any rate, what this is doing, right, in addition to fixing my horrible stars, is it's also it looks at the correction. It's basically a fancy lens correction. If you're familiar with lens correction in Photoshop, right? It looks at the distortion of the stars and it applies that correction to the whole image. So any distortion in like the detail of the nebula itself, and it's less evident because the Pac-Man in this case is in the center of the image where you're going to get less distortion. But it does tighten up the detail. If there was detail further to the edge, because this has horrible vignetting on it, it would tighten that up.
Room's about to heat up 10 degrees.
Max,
Mm-hmm.
one thing that bothered me at the beginning for the longest time is
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out when it was linear and when it was not.
Oh, good
That's
point.
a big deal.
Yeah, good point. So Martin was saying he was wondering how can you tell if your image is linear or not, and it's very subtle. Again, this was designed by engineers, not people who care what stuff looks like. If your image is linear, see this little green stripe up here next to the image tag? If you got a green stripe up there, it means it's linear. If you have no stripe, it means it's stretched or non-linear. It's super unintuitive, and but that's how you can tell. So my image, right, and yours should still be linear because we haven't applied a stretch. So it'll have this green bar on it. But that's what that means.
So Max,
Yeah.
your recommendation is to run it with correct only first and then without the second time?
It's 6 of one and half dozen of the other. It depends how crappy your stars are. Mine are bad, so it makes sense. But recently, with more recent data, I've been running it without the correct only. I've just been hitting it because I got a flattener in there now. So it's one of those things, right? That this is one of the areas where like default settings are generally good for a lot of these tools, but it's not one size fits all. It's your setup's different, your acquisition time, all that is different. So
It's not going to hurt.
it's not the worst thing in the world if you do both, but
Depends on
So
how
this
fast
is
your
just a
processor
screen
is.
stretch. We see it because we have a screen stretch.
correct.
But it's not actually stretched.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still linear. It's still linear data. So now, all right, we've applied Blur Exterminator, which is
Sorry.
oh so yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Another question. I have a very bad picture that I took from my home because I have a photo A9.
Yeah.
So the gradient is very bad for the wide field picture.
Yeah.
I did it and it looked amazing. The West Grasper.
Yeah.
Now the issue is now I open the Photoshop and try to do some level and curve.
Yeah.
And the curve is not working. It's not active. So what is the reason for that?
The curve is not.
Maybe the format or something.
I'm trying to think. I'm not super familiar with Photoshop, but after you remove the gradient, the image should still be. It should just still be a linear image, just with the gradient removed. So it should, as long as you saved it out as a 32-bit or whatever. The default is saving it out as the same format as it was read in. What?
Say TIFF, but with 2F at the end. So it's the extension is TIF.
TIFF, yeah.
The original was TIF, and that with the grasper was TIFF. I don't know.
Oh God, it's different applications.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. What I would do is go back into on your end, go back into like Graxpert and make sure you've saved the gradient corrected one. You can click on the save as type and maybe change it to something. I'll show you real quick. So like you go to this drop down, right? And save it as like 16-bit. I think TIF and TIFF are the same thing. But give that a try and make sure you're saving the gradient corrected, and not make sure you're saving the gradient corrected and not the gradient itself, because it is possible. Yeah, it is possible. Like if you have it in background and you save that, you're going to save the background. You don't want that. You want this.
Yes, I use that 32 bytes.
Try 16-bit. Try 16-bit TIFF. Let's see if that works. Or Jim says 32-bit too. You could try that.
It's just later on you'll have to save the 16 or export it to something else.
So, at any rate, we're done here with BlurX. So we can go ahead and close that down. And again, we're still at a temporary stretch. The next thing that I do is I go into another RC Astro tool, and this one is super valuable as well. The Star Exterminator. You can also use, if you don't want to pay for this one, there's StarNet and StarNet. I guess the new one is StarNet 2, which will do the same thing. You can use that, but what this is going to do is it's going to pull the stars out of the image. Again, we're still linear because we want to stretch the nebula or whatever we're working on and the stars differently.
So where do you find?
So this is again, if you go process, all process, this is a paid plugin. So if you don't have it, just gloss over this part.
Okay.
But this is a paid plugin.
Well, StarNet is free, but you have to
install.
Would you use this?
separately.
Would you use it on? I know you're going to do Andromeda next, but
Yeah.
would you use this on Andromeda?
I'd use it on every image. Absolutely.
Every image.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Every image you're going to want to stretch. You're going to want to stretch your. The only thing I wouldn't use it on, right, is a globular cluster, because I don't know what Star Exterminator would do to a globular cluster. You just get a black screen. Yeah.
You mentioned noise exterminator, which I
Yeah.
hadn't heard of.
Yeah.
You seem to be skipping it, or are you getting to it?
I will deal with the noise later. Yeah. I promise.
Okay.
But this is the way. There's a trick. I'll show you the trick for the noise exterminator. So I'm pulling up Star Exterminator, right? You want absolutely make sure you check generate star image. Otherwise, you're literally just going to delete your stars and they're gone. And also check off this unscreened stars.
This is all being recorded, right?
It is, yeah. And then drag and drop. And what this is going to do, it's going to go through your image and it's going to pull the stars out, and it's going to make a secondary.
What is unscreened stars? I think I've been not using that.
Yeah. So, I can send you a link later, but essentially what it does is, if you don't do it, so it's imperfect, right? So when you lift stars out, so essentially what this is going to do is, if you change, which we will, the background color and you haven't unscreened the stars and you put them back in, they're going to get these distorted, weird colors. Whereas if you unscreen them and then I'll show you when we put them back in, there's a process of rescreening them. It's just it's a different mathematical function for re-adding them. If you remove them, it's literally image minus stars. And then when you add them, it's starless plus stars.
Is that with that tilde?
Yeah. So this is the unscreen and rescreen. And what it'll do is it will better preserve the star color relative to whatever changes you make to the nebula. So I'll show you how to put them in. There's actually a new tool that'll do this pretty.
Yeah, I'm
pretty
curious how you
painless.
get those stars back in. Like now you
Yeah.
have 2 images. You have
So right now, all right, we got linear stars, which we're just going to minimize. We'll stick them over here. We'll deal with those later. We'll X out of this. And then we got our starless, noisy green blob. So what do we do with this, right? This is our color image. Usually what I'll do, you don't have to do it, but by default, when you create a new image, it's going to generate, an image 04 or whatever. This is going to be my color, so I'm just going to say RGB, just for my own sanity. But this is our color, our color image. So here's one of the tricks I like to use, right? And this is going to benefit us for both generating a high detail image and a noise-free image. And I do it with mono narrowband data because you effectively do not have a luminance channel. Remember, mono cameras use the 3 narrow bands and then LRGB. So you shoot luminance for your data, but when you shoot narrowband, there's no luminance channel per se. Some people will use the H alpha because that tends to be where the most detail is, but that's not all the detail. What I do at this point is I generate an artificial luminance layer. So to do that, right, I've got rid of my stars. I've got my 3 narrowband channels here. So all the data for this nebula is here. If you go up here in the upper left, right, there's this extract CIEL star component. If you click that, what it's going to do is it's going to pull out effectively a luminance of this image, right? And suddenly now you have a luminance channel that represents all your data.
I got a black.
It's gonna be because it's not stretched, yeah. So
but that's only if both narrowband and mono. If you're doing short color and broadband, you don't need to do this.
Not necessarily, no. If you're doing broadband with a mono camera, you're going to shoot with the luminance filter. If you're doing one-shot color
and broadband,
and anything, you effectively don't really have a dedicated detail channel because you have your RGB already combined. So I would recommend doing this as well if you're on one-shot color.
Okay, so I missed how you did it. Can you do it again? Do you mind? I'm sorry.
You click on your RGB, right? And you see this button up here, extract CIE. Yeah.
Okay.
Click on that.
Okay.
All right. So this is your luminance or artificial luminance or whatever you want to call it. And this is where all your detail is going to be. It's noisy now. The contrast is screwed up, and we'll deal with that.
And it's gray.
And it's going to be gray. It should be gray, because this is where all your detail is going to be. So for now, right, I take this and oops, there we go, and I'll just put that aside too. So I'm not messing with it, right? So now what do we do, right? We've got our green blob, or whatever you're looking at. It's still linear. Now we need to stretch this, and there's many ways to do this. There's many tools that'll automate it, and they each have their strengths and weaknesses. What I do, and I'll do this for simplicity. You're welcome at this point to use whatever tools you want. But the most straightforward way is to use histogram transformation. So I go into it's process all processes, scroll down to H, and then pull up histogram transform. And what you can do once you have that open is down here where it says no view selected, you can click on that and you can point it to your RGB. And it's tough to see, but there's a spike way over here pinned to the left, and that's what it's going to look like on linear data. All your data is crammed right next to this black point.
What was the first step? How did you get to, like, I brought up the tool, but it doesn't.
There's a drop down right here.
There's a drop down, yeah, at the bottom here, or halfway down.
No, just below that. Yep, right there.
All right, so we still have this screen transfer function, and it's sitting here. It's pointed at RGB, and the easiest way to do this is simply grab the blue arrow in the lower left, and again, it's completely unintuitive, but you grab the blue arrow in the corner of screen transfer, you put it down here on histogram, you drop it, right? Then you can see up top these spikes will appear, right? The stretched version. And then you hit apply. And it's going to turn all white, and you're going to freak out. And that's white because your screen transfer is still applied. So it's fine. And then you just reset it and you're good. So again, you screen transfer, right?
What was the reset?
The arrows in the corner here. See this over here?
Oh, yeah.
Click
oh,
that.
I see. Work.
Right? So now you'll notice in the upper left, remember we had this green thing that said it was linear. Now it's non-linear because the green line that means linear is now gone. Again, it makes no sense, but whatever. So that's the easiest way to do it. If you're happy with what the screen transfer function, which usually does a good job, has done.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
I missed that part. How did you drag the screen transfer function
So
to histogram? Which little icon?
So you click on screen transfer function, right? You click the blue arrow, the triangle in the lower left.
Yeah.
Click and drag, drop it down here in the bottom of histogram transform.
Oh, okay.
And then you click the X on histogram transform to apply it.
Oh, okay. That might be the
And then reset your
always
screen
forget how
transfer.
to do it. Yeah, I always forgot how to
Can
do
we
it.
show another way just for
Yeah.
giggly bits?
Yeah, what do you want to do?
If you want to like revert back to the original.
Oh, yeah, if you want to revert it you can click the,
Yeah, that one.
I'll just make a dupe.
Yeah.
So
So I want to compare these two. Just so revert back to the original. Go to the SETI tools.
Yep.
And then hit statistical stretch.
Yeah, so this is, we're showing a different way to do it, right? So, yeah, so this is using the SETI statistical stretch. So to get in here, again, if you've installed the SETI tools, script, SETI Astro, and then statistical stretch down here.
And then how did you
Then
reset when it's all white? What was it that you reset? I'm sorry.
That's your screen transfer function. In the lower right, the 4 arrows coming
Okay.
together, and you should see your image again.
Then hit preview refresh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Those 2 steps I always forget how to do it. Thank you.
Okay. So then just execute that. I just want to compare the two for what you got, but that's an easy way of doing it. Stretch.
Yeah. So so let me just, so if everyone's on the same page, I'll get rid of histogram. I don't need that. So again, this is back to my linear data. I just reverted it. You don't have to do that if you're happy with what you've got. But another way to do it using the SETI Astro, which is pretty good.
And then execute.
Open.
Preview, refresh. Then
Open statistical.
Linked stretch.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're targeting, in this case, your color image RGB. You turn off linked stretch, right?
Preview. There you go. I'm just
You hit preview refresh, and
then execute.
yeah, and then you can hit execute to get. So what this is doing, right? It looks at your image and it sees, in this case, that my green channel was very high, so it can go through and it can.
Now, what if I made a mistake? I forgot to uncheck linked stretch, and I executed it. Now it's too green.
Then you go with the arrow on the top.
In the in the upper left up here,
Well, it's not. I guess I have to click on the.
you have to close statistical
I have to
stretch.
close statistical. That's good. And then I can just back up.
Yep, and then you go back a step. So yeah, and this is another way to do it. And actually, this looks pretty good, so maybe I'll use this one instead. But it's up to you.
I was just want to compare the how much detail you get out of that than the one that you just did.
Yeah.
Even though yours is still linked, right?
Yes.
It's not going to look like that because it's going to be green.
Right. Yeah. So you hit.
I find this much like, even though you can tweak it for further on, it's just a quick and dirty way of getting it up on the screen, you know.
All right. So this is the statistical stretch, and then this is the not. So yeah, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. This one's greener because I haven't done anything with the green channel yet. And like I said, I mean, the SETI Astro tools are quite powerful.
Oh, how'd you get how'd you get color in there?
So this is with the SETI Astro. If you unlink the channels.
I did it, but I don't have the blues that you have. Like if you go back to the other.
Are you using the same data set?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to.
Well, for now, you can just use the way that Max is doing. I just wanted to see what that looked like. Then I'll show you once we're done with that. We'll, any question, we'll come back and we'll just sit with you.
Okay.
Because it'll be quicker to run through it that way,
Yeah.
Okay.
So, whichever way you do it, you'll have a stretched image at this point, right? A stretched color, and you notice, right? If you zoom in on the background, super noisy, right? But it's that's nothing to worry about because I have a silver bullet trick here that'll get rid of all that. So
Max,
yeah.
noise reduction, we haven't done that yet.
Correct.
We're
Correct.
gonna do that on the stretch.
I will blow your mind. I fit this one. This trick took me a while to figure out, but it yields fantastic results. I see a lot of people doing noise on their masters early on, and I feel like you lose some detail there. This way, all the detail's preserved, and then you do the noise reduction, and I feel you get a better product out of that. So if you went with the green version like this, that's an extra step here. I can show you real quick. What I was going to do is you can go in here. Ooh, hold on. You pull up this tool called SCNR Green, and this takes a little fiddling to get it the way you want. Let's try 60% and just see what happens. What it's going to do is so it's that's pretty close, right? Yeah. Maybe you want to hit it. Maybe you want to hit it harder. Let's get rid of like 83%. You get more of a Hubble palette. You want to go full beans, and you nuke all your green, and you get a much more traditional Hubble palette. But that's the extra step. So I don't know. The only issue I have with like SETI Astro is it's a little black boxy what he's doing there. So I don't know what levels he went in, and he clearly removed green.
Yeah, I think there's a setting in there for that. You can set.
Maybe, yeah.
Do you think it's also worth trying on broadband? Because I do see a slight difference.
Yeah. I mean, so I should say, right, this color work step, this is the one where you're going to spend the most time, right? And this is going to be 100% up to you. It's going to be to taste. Do I want an image that looks like this? Do I want it that looks like that? It's totally up to you the way you do it. So if you want, Slimer green, don't do anything to it. If you want it pure Hubble palette, nuke all the green. If you want somewhere in between, and this is the spot where I know Martin had said he does this as well. You can simply take your RGB out, right? You can save this RGB as a file. You just file save as, and you can always come back to it at this point, having done all the blur stuff and the whatever. You can save and come back to this as a checkpoint, and if you don't like it, you can just load it back in, fiddle with it, and move on. But this part is completely subjective. You mess with the levels, to your heart's content.
I like the 60%.
Yeah. Les is saying like 60%. I personally like to leave a little green in with the Hubble palette. I think the stark blue and gold, it looks nice on certain targets, but I think you get a better transition. You get some more of these aquas, and you get like a smoother. But again, it's all to taste. So you do whatever you want.
Have you tried it with broadband? Especially something like Andromeda that has blue. Will it remove?
This SCNR green is only going to target green.
Okay.
It's only going to hit the green channel.
Okay.
So your blues may be more pronounced.
Can you just switch the drop down?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you really don't want to touch green.
Right.
Yeah, I only use it on green.
Is that in processes?
Yeah, it's processes SCNR. And like I said, the amount, one is 100%, so it's going to nuke all the green. 10.1 is nuke 10% of the green, so you get a more green image. But again, that's all to
I'm
taste.
splitting the difference and doing 0.5.
Yeah, I mean it's whatever you think looks best.
So it's kind of interesting with doing the SCNR. I get a similar palette to the SETI Astra one, but my background is a lot pushed off the black point on the SETI Astra one.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you look at the outer nebula,
Yeah.
you're getting a lot more nebula on the outside.
I guess running 0.25 twice is actually more than 50%.
Well, it's 25% and then 25% again.
On
So-
the new image, it's 25% on the old image and 25% on the new. Well, is it less or more of a?
It would be less.
It would be less.
Yeah, you're right.
So, I'll just pick one of these guys. Now, again, that's only part of the color tweaking process. So, we'll stretch it here, right, and then we can go. What I like to do, again, on the RGB is go up to this extract luminance again, but now this time we're extracting a stretched luminance, right? And this is where we get, this is for you, Martin. This is the mask part, right? So in RGB, we extract another luminance, and I'll go in to histogram. All right, and I want to put it at, what is this one? LGB or RGBL? Yeah. So this is my histogram on this luminance that I just pulled out, right? And I want to darken it up a bit because I'm basically building a mask. I want to protect parts of the image when I do the color work. So you can, once you're in histogram and you have it pointed at this luminance, if you click the open circle button, which clearly means preview, you click on that. There we go.
Hiding somewhere. Probably down the bottom. Pull your screen down.
This one?
No, on the side there.
Oh, is it over here?
No, to make the screen come down. Pull
The scroll.
the scroll thing.
Oh.
It's probably underneath. I guess it's not.
Where the hell's my preview at? Huh. Hold please.
Yeah, I don't see it on my Mac either.
WTF. Interesting. Is it on... Hold on, we can find this. This is weird. Oops.
Maybe it's over to the left.
It's, did you select the right RGB? What do you need for the view?
Well, that's bizarre.
You need the RGBL?
Yeah. Did it go over here? No.
No.
Hold on, we'll find it. Oh, wait. Found it. It was sitting down here.
So helpful.
But wait, now where's my,
You did the same.
where's my, whatchamacallit?
Can you get the pictures off the bottom?
Yeah, let's put this over here. Now where did my color image go?
Is it behind the big image?
I don't know.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's behind it.
Behind where?
Behind the big one.
I'm totally confused.
Oh, here it is. There. All right. No, we're good. We're just losing our minds slowly.
He just lost his window. That's all.
Yeah.
He wasn't
Yeah, I
doing
lost.
anything.
I wasn't doing anything. I couldn't find where the friggin' preview went. All right. We're good. So you click the circle button and it will put a preview somewhere in PixInsight, and then you have to go find it. We did it, folks. All right.
Did you wait before you go any further with histogram transformations? I missed part of it.
Yeah.
Did you do anything with the histogram itself? Did you drag the little?
No. I pulled the luminance out, right, of the RGB. That's this guy.
Yeah.
And then I opened histogram tool and I pointed it at that luminance. So this peak represents this guy. And then I click the circle here, which pulls up the real-time preview. So anything I do to the histogram, it'll show me what it will look like on this image. So we're way off the left side, off the black point. So I grab this triangle and pull it up, right? You can see I'm not clipping any data here because the data starts here. So I'm just pulling up the black point, which is the background. And now you can see some of this fainter nebula and all that. And these weird star holes, don't worry about them. When we put the stars back in, they'll get filled in. So don't stress that. Another thing in the preview that Don showed me, which is pretty cool. When you have a preview window up, if you click this thing here, this X or this box in the bottom left, you can make a preview within a preview. No, it's pretty cool. So like if I want to like zoom in here and see like, all right, what is this doing? Right? Like that's cool, right? Ooh, and then to get rid of it, you just click that guy. But
and you just drag the.
You just drag a box, yeah.
Yeah, but
Could
you
you make a
just drag the
preview,
left
preview, and a
arrow,
preview?
the black point on the histogram,
You
just
can.
until it starts to show daylight, it squiggles or starts to rise.
Yeah, you can go in like previewception. Yeah, so.
No, I meant on the histogram itself, the bottom graph on the histogram.
Yeah,
the black point, you just drag that until the.
Yeah, so the data starts. You can see right what you're clipping here, and I'm clipping like 0.0011% of the data. I'm literally clipping 259 pixels. They weren't pulling their weight, so I don't care. So, but as you move this, you can see like how much you're clipping. So if I pull it like way up, I'm clipping like 15% of the image. You don't want to do that. But as long as you're like, close, you're fine. And you can also, push up the highlights if you want. I don't want to do any of that. I think this looks all right. And then you hit apply. And don't freak out. Again, it applies it twice. So you just hit reset. Boom. And then you can close the preview down. And now you got this luminance layer with a dark background. You got good contrast in here. And this is going to be our mask for when we do the color work. So if we open our RGB, and this is another stupid PixInsight quirk. In order to apply a mask, you grab this tab up here, right? This RGBL tab, and you drag it over here, completely unintuitive, below the RGB on your color image, and you let it go. And it's masked because you're going to get it. It's going to turn red, but you can tell there's a mask on it because this little identifier tab turns brown. And we can fix this, right? If we go up to the mask tab and we check show mask. So the mask is still applied because it's still brown, but now we don't have that obnoxious red. So now what we've done is we're protecting parts of the image.
So you're dragging wait, I missed something. You're dragging that spread.
Yeah. So this, see this tab here?
Yeah.
You click and
Dragging
drag, and you dump it in the margin here of your RGB image.
the RGB image to which you remove the green.
Correct.
Okay. I know it's obvious, but
And then we can just put that up there. So now
I also lost that.
it'll turn brown when the mask is applied. And so you don't need to do this, but what I find is it protects, like, especially an item or an object like this, which is sort of separate from the background in space. Like if you have an image, I mean, you could even do it in an image that's all nebula. It'll just protect like the dark areas of your image. You don't want to like saturate those. And then again, once it's on, you go mask, show mask. It's still on, but now you can come in here and go to curves transformation. And curves is where you're going to do the bulk of your color work. And I'm going
I hate to be dumb, but all right, I missed something here.
Yeah.
So you stretched the histogram where you drag the black point on the luminance. What did you do? I kind of lost I also got scrambled with what images I had, and I kind of got lost of what I was supposed to do.
So, all right. So you have your luminance, right?
So I have the luminance.
All I did to this was I pulled the black point up to the data, so it darkened down the background.
Right, I did that, and then what happens?
And then you hit the square button to apply it.
Okay, I might not have done that.
Yeah, hit the square button to apply it, and then you can close the preview.
I'll see what happened. I did not close the preview, and then I dragged that.
And then you drag the RGBL onto your RGB image, and it'll apply as a mask.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And then if your image is all red, right, you go mask and then show mask to disable it. To disable the red. The mask is still on, but at least you can see your image now.
Right, yeah.
So then go into curves, all processes curves. And God help me, I'm going to click the preview button again and hey, it showed up where it was supposed to. So now I've got a preview of my RGB data with the mask on. And I can do this trick again if I want to like get up in here and look at a particular region. And what I can do, right, this is where you're going to want to spend the most of your time processing it, because you want to get it the way you want it to look, right? You can target individual channels with your RGB, right? Your RGB/K is going to be your brightness, your contrast, right? You can see the contrast is doing whatever in here. The further up you go, you're targeting the lighter parts of your image, darker parts of your image down here, the shadows. And then this is my favorite button, the saturation, which just, you probably shouldn't mess with the saturation too much, but it makes the colors more vibrant, essentially. So let's say, right, let's get the whole thing in here. Let's say I want to, mess with the contrast a little bit. We'll darken down the background a little bit. You can see you get better separation, you know, in here. When I pull down the shadows, see you get better contrast. And as I move this over, right? I mean, you don't want to go too crazy with it. And if ever you make a mistake, you can reset. But like, all right, I want to bring down the darker parts. Maybe boost certain parts. And if you're like, all right, I want to target, you know, this part of my image where like this point is, I can click on it and it'll show you, you know, where on the histogram I need to be to put an anchor point and then, you know, manipulate it. So like, all right, I'm going to pull the highlights down because there's detail in here that's blown out. So I can pull that down a little bit. You know, and again, this is the part you're going to spend hopefully the majority of your time to get it the way you want. And you can apply it, hit reset, and then you can go back in and target a different part of the image to get it the way you want. I mean, maybe I want to mess with the blue channel, right? So I can pull the blues down and you get greener, or I can push the blues up. You do want to take note, like, all right, if I pull the blues up, you see it's doing, because my background isn't pure black, it's turning the whole, you know, if I go way up, right, it's turning the image certain colors. But, oops. You know, this is where you're going to be in here for quite a while. So like I can pull my green channel way down, right? And I mean that looks kind of cool, right? The blues and the gold. So you know, maybe I like that. You know, you do it.
Mine, when I click the C for contrast, it turns like orangey. So I guess it's doing all of them.
Yeah. So some of these, right? You look at the axes, and it's like the green to red, the blue to yellow. You know, you can target. These are your LAB, and this is like this. So you got RGB, and you got your CIE lab colors. So like I can go in, right? You know,
it's looking like that.
if I were smarter, I would know what these do, but really I just come in here and I screw around till it looks good. But yeah, I mean, you can spend hours, like, you know, all right, maybe I like that teal boost that I get moving this one up, you know, and then you say, all right, cool, let's apply it, reset it, and then you go hit it with you know, something else. But you know, you get it where you want, and then you say, all right, you know, good enough. I'm happy with it. And I don't want to spend too much time on it, because like I said, I mean, you can spend hours on this part getting it where you want. But once I have it, you know, roughly where I want, I can close out of curves. I can go mask, remove mask, and then I have an RGB image. Now you'll notice, right, you look at the background, there's a ton of color noise, even in here, right? It's grainy. It's noisy. You know, that's not great, right? We've ruined our image. Oh no. What do we do? Here is the magic. Right? We got our RGB up here. We'll go to process, all process, and we'll do the unthinkable. We'll click on convolution, which is a blur tool. Open a preview. And we can go in like this. All right, let's just reset that bad boy. And we can turn up a blur. So if you look at it, right, see how this is all blurring out? You sharpen it if you go to the left and you blur it. Now you're thinking like, what the hell are you doing? You're blurring your image. That's the opposite of what we want. But there's a method to the madness, right? This smooths out all the color noise that we had. And you don't want to go too ham with it. Just bump it up a little bit. We can close our preview. And now, all right, yeah, we lost a lot of detail in there, but there's no color noise. But we want that detail. So how do we get that detail back?
So what were the settings on the convolution again? Just
Whatever you want. So it depends on your camera. It depends on your data. That's the thing. So in convolution, come on, Alphabet. In convolution, the slider that you want to use is this second one down here. The top one is like a much more intensive stretch, or much more, you're hitting it harder. I only go up maybe half a standard deviation to 1 standard deviation, and that's why you do it with the preview on, because you don't want just a blurry smear. You just want it blurred enough that all that pixelated noise is now smoothed out. You still have the general structure in there, but the pixel by pixel noise is gone. And again, it sounds insane to be removing all of our detail doing that, but that's where this it's one trick that astrophotographers hate. That's where this comes in. So after we blur it, right, we'll just minimize our RGB. We'll put it to the side. And now we'll go back to this RGBL that we extracted before. So it's nonlinear, right? It's stretched. It's still got noise in here. What's up?
What was the blur on the standard D?
So that's the convolution tool.
Yeah, the convolution. What was it? 5 you gave it?
No,
I did it. It's all to taste. So what I did, right, was, so let's say I was doing it on this image. I pull up the preview, and then I'll go in somewhere where there's, see how it's sort of pixelated, whatever. You grab this second, which is like the fine adjustment, right? Standard deviation fine adjustment. This is the default, and I'll just gently bring it up till the noise is nice and smooth in the see, like it's crunchy here and it's smooth. You don't want to bring it all the way out to like 8 standard deviations. I usually hit it, the default is 2, somewhere between like 2.5, 3.5, but again, it's going to depend on how noisy your data is. It's going to depend on the pixel size of your camera, lots of things, but you just want it to be smooth transitions throughout. So now this is the secret sauce, right? The luminance layer that we pulled out before, it's stretched. It's got some noise in there, but it's got all this good detail in here as well. So we can do two things to this. The first thing I do is I go in, and this goes back to what Howard was saying. This is where I go in and I hit it with Noise Exterminator, right? Noise Exterminator is one of the RC Astro plugins. There are SETI Astro now has a noise reduction tool as well.
Max, let me just double check. This is the stretched luminance, right? That you're
Stretched luminance, yes. Yeah, the one we pull, it'll be like RGBL. Yeah.
I already renamed that.
So, default settings.
You're doing that on their stretched one or the non-stretched
Stretched one. Yeah, it'll be the stretched one that we put aside before when we extracted the luminance.
Oh, okay.
So you come in here and
Yeah,
Def-
okay, I get it.
default
So
settings
it's
are
only that stretched, and then you do Noise Exterminator.
yeah, default settings should be fine. Sometimes they're a little too heavy.
No.
Mine's not
Max,
stretched.
I'm still
You should
confused about
have-
which luminance
should
we're
have
using.
Which luminance?
one that
Yeah.
was
So
The
remember,
first one or the one that we've been using all along?
Well, this is
this luminance. No, this luminance is
You should have
is
a stretched one.
The one we use for the mask?
I have to do it now. I don't have it.
Okay.
no,
How do I say?
no.
No, if you extracted it after the image was already stretched, then the luminance
Actually, hold on,
is
hold on.
stretched too.
1 second.
So,
What am I
luminance
doing?
generated from
No.
stretched.
All right, wait. I misspoke. Yeah, let's pause for a second before we get confused. I misspoke. The Howard's correct. The luminance you want, ignore this RGBL, right? That was the masked one. You want the L we set aside at the very beginning. The linear.
And yours is still linear, mine
The,
is linear.
yeah, the linear. You want the linear one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I apologize. I misspoke. I was looking at the wrong one.
You don't want to look better.
Well, this will look better too. The reason we want the linear one is because you don't want stretched noise. So this has been unstretched. It's still noisy, right? Now we take our linear noise, the one with the green stripe, and we dump Noise Exterminator onto that. And all right, so that looks terrible. And the reason is that our settings are too high in this case. So we want to drop down denoise, and maybe we'll pull up detail. And this takes a little trial and error to get right. So this, it's still a little crunchy. So maybe we'll back off on the detail. Let's see again. No. Maybe pull the denoise up a little bit. This is one where depending on your data, you're going to want to.
So what are you looking for?
I'm looking at this background,
Okay.
right? And it's hard to, let's see how there's,
Pixelated.
yeah, you don't want that. That's what I'm trying to avoid, essentially. And so, yeah, sometimes this tool fails me. So let me try something else in here. Does he have his denoise in here?
Flash blaster.
No, that's like that's a clone stamp.
Uh,
It's not in there.
Yeah, it's not in that one. So we'll play with. Let's live a little. Let's see what this does. Turn it all the way up to 11. Ooh.
it's like camo.
City Astro doesn't have anything.
Bring your noise down a little.
Down there, right here, yeah.
Yeah, a bit more.
I see.
You already had it there.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, I think you had it at 40 and it was still bad.
down here. That's a little better. Pump it up a little. It's getting there. That's actually pretty clean.
So you kind of like layered it on there, right?
Yeah, I mean it's this part is a lot of
My laptop is not super fast, so I was waiting to find the magic numbers instead of
yeah, I hear you.
brute attacking it.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you basically you're trying to avoid blotchiness and grain essentially.
Finding the sweet spot.
Yeah, it's either blotchy or green.
Yeah, there is a sweet spot. I feel like earlier versions of his oops, I don't want that. Earlier versions too of his how do I close this? Let's cancel. Earlier versions of his AI were a little better, but whatever. I digress. So anyway, we get the noise mostly under control here.
Now, if you, let's say you worked on that, you stretched it and everything. When you were done and then hit it with noise, do you think it would do this better after you?
It's possible, and we
I've
can.
never had that issue before.
It's possible, and we can certainly try that. Yeah, like that's pretty clean.
One question: if you do a real-time preview to look at it, and you like what you see,
Yeah.
do you just hit apply, and then it will apply to the actual image, or?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, not everyone's computer is fast enough for that. With some of the RC Astro tools, the real-time preview can take ages to update.
Right. No, this is why I splurged. But okay. All right. It's been a while since I touched PixInsight, so I'm also rusty on basic things, and I was never very expert on this anyway.
So at any rate, once you get the noise close to where you want it, you can then. So I went back into the SETI statistical stretch, or you can do it in histogram, or however you'd like to do it. But you'll take this luminance from a linear state to a non-linear state. Now the other thing, let me just see. The other thing you can do while it's in a linear state is I'm just going to test it on this data because where the hell is it? It's in. Oh no, it's a process. That's right. Let's just see if this does anything here.
So does it matter if you stretch the actual image using histogram and the mask or the luminance using auto stretch, like a different tool? Does it mess things up?
Say again? If you...
Hold on. My computer just like froze up. Oh, okay. Does it matter if you stretch this luminance only image with SETI auto stretch and you did the other
No,
image?
it's literally, so like I could take this thing, right? And I could stretch it using just histogram, like a full-on manual. Oop, I should turn the preview on, that would help. I could do like a full-on manual stretch of this where, you know, it'll be multiple iterations like this where I, you know, pull the midpoint up multiple times.
Yeah, and SETI Astro just seemed to be freezing my computer, so...
Yeah, so do it, you know, do it with, you know, however you know, prefer to do it. SETI Astro works, screen transfer onto histogram works, just histogram works.
General hyperbolic stretch.
So with SETI Astro, can I just, it seems maybe okay, can I just leave the default?
Yeah.
Forget what, yeah.
Yeah, you can hit it, you know, with and that's what I was getting at earlier, right? There are many ways, many means to the same end. Oops, that's not the tool I wanted. Many means to the same end in processing this stuff, and everyone's setup is different. Everyone's, you know, your equipment is different. That looks pretty good. Your equipment is different. So, you know, your mileage may vary. I'm just trying to give you an idea of these are the steps to use, you know, in a certain order, and why I do it the way that I do. So just to check up, is everyone able to get their luminance stretched at this point?
Not yet, because whatever happened, SETI Astro was just...
So,
How do I get that? Oh, I had it open.
yeah,
Where is
so
that on the menu screen?
histogram. Yeah, let's just get everyone caught up. So histogram is under all processes, histogram transformation. And
There we go. Yeah, I already have
And you were doing the same thing, just stretching the black point?
pulling the so I stretched it manually using histogram, but again, you can use SETI, you can use literally anything you want, you know, as whatever you're comfortable with doing. You'll denoise it, you'll get it stretched, and then, so what I'm looking at, right, when I stretch the luminance layer is I want to make sure I'm not pinned right against the data when I do this stretch. And again, I'm doing it manually via the histogram. I'm not pinned right up against the data, which is fine because I don't want just an absolute black pool. But I could go in here, right? I don't want to on this target because I think it's bright enough in here. Mess around with the midtones, mess around with the highlights. You know, you could try to drive down some of the highlights.
What is a new instance? What is the difference between apply and new instance?
You're talking about here.
Yeah.
So applies
on
it to the image that you're targeting. Yeah. New instance would be like what I did with the crop early on, where I dragged it and I dumped it over here, and it makes like a process icon.
Oh, so whatever your settings are, you can reuse them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
one odd thing I'm seeing is that when I select the luminance only that's not stretched, the top, my histogram looks totally different. I don't get those peaks.
are you pointed at the right image here?
I'm pretty sure it's the luminance only.
Make sure you're pointed at the right one, and then as you stretch it. So when this was unstretched, right, all the data, when it's linear, all the data is pinned over here to the left, and you have to do several iterations where.
No, mine doesn't even have peaks like that. The top histogram's like squiggles, and the bottom one.
Oh well, that's probably fine.
Looks nothing like this.
Well, I mean, your data is going to be. Your data is going to be
it does
different.
Not look, no, but my point is, it doesn't look correct because. Let me try 8-bit. You had 8-bit. Okay, it's a little better. I'm trying to match what you have.
Well, you can't. It's just a different image.
Yeah. I mean, it is a different image, so it's going to look somewhat different.
Yeah, but I was expecting some sort of peak somewhere. No, maybe not.
Well, the peak only appears after, so before I had applied any stretch, right? When it was linear, like I'm saying, all the data was crammed over here to the left.
Right, but you still have peaks. Mine doesn't look like this. Mine, the top histogram looks like squiggles, and the bottom one is this big diagonal, and that's it.
You're just seeing this.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so.
And I'm pretty sure I'm selecting the right one. Okay. Alright, I'll figure it out.
I'm not getting that top histogram. I'm only getting a bottom histogram.
That could be.
Yeah, you gotta pick.
Hit this. The magnifying glass to zoom 1-to-1. If your range is different up here, you're not going to see it.
1-to-1. Yeah, it's 1-to-1.
No, he's talking to Gabrielle.
This thing.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody?
Yeah, like, see, you can just. I mean, it's going to look different if you're zoomed.
Make sure the numbers are
Right,
all
but
ones.
mine doesn't have curves.
Those two. Ooh.
The weird thing is that it looks correct if I pick the stretched one, but it looks weird if I pick the non-stretched one. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure without seeing it. Are you able to stretch the luminance though?
I mean, not really. I mean, it doesn't.
So I can help you on the side in a few.
Yeah, I'll just keep watching because you're gonna do M31 later, right?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
All right, so I'll just keep watching and maybe I'll figure out what I did wrong at that point.
So the other thing, once you have your stretched luminance, the other tool that I sometimes use at this point, right? If you go to Process, All Processes, and you go down to a tool called Unsharp Mask, this is going to further sharpen your detail using it's basically just increasing contrast, so it's sort of like you're fudging it somewhat, but I can show you the effects, and you can go wrong here really quickly, so you want to do it pretty gently. But so I made a preview here of the guts of this thing, and if you go in on this slider here, and you just, if you hammer it right, it's gonna get ugly. But if you just bring it up subtly, you can see how it's, as I go back and forth, how it's sharpening. And that's just, it's tricking your eye. It's basically just tweaking the, adjusting the contrast between the dark areas and the light. So you just want to do this to taste. I mean, in this case, right, I'm looking at like this area. Just as a, so if I have it way down here, it looks blurred out. But as I pull it up, you get some of this finer detail starting to emerge. And I pull it up further, and it's basically just, it's making the darker parts darker and the lighter parts lighter. And it has this effect of making the detail parts, right? You look at this crazy part here, right? It looks blurry here, and as you crank it up, the default is 2 standard deviations. As I go beyond that, it starts to get sharper. Now you don't want to go, like I said, you don't want to go crazy with it, because you can get some ugly artifacts. You don't want something that looks like this. You want it to look natural. But if you look at, this is the intricate details in your image. You want to pull it up slightly, increase contrast, so when you put the color detail back on that, it'll really show through. So like I pulled it up like 1 standard deviation. And you can also mess with the amount slider as well. And then you get it somewhere that you like. You want to look at the whole image and make sure it's not ruining other parts of your image. You go in here, all right, that looks fine. And then apply it. And now we got this like high detail, high contrast luminance layer. And more importantly also low noise in the other regions. So we put that, you look at them side by side, right? Here's my RGB. It's blurred out. It's got nice colors. You got my luminance. It's got nice detail, but no color. And then this step is going to be where the magic happens, right? You got these two, my L master and my RGB master. We go processes, all processes. There it is, LRGB combination. All right. We take our luminance, we'll dump that into L, uncheck the RGB, and when we have L and LRGB combination, we cross our fingers because this is live. Ooh. Let's see what happens. Boom. Ooh, and now you got a high detail.
So somehow it used the color that was blurry and
Yep.
combined it with the fine detail of the luminance magically.
You think of the luminance layer, right, as, think of it like a coloring book, right? And the color is all your ink or crayons, whatever, and you just slap that onto the luminance layer and it fills in based on the intensity of the pixels. And now, I mean, we can go in here.
Max, just to double check, did you just drag the process arrow over?
Yeah, I dragged the LRGB combo with the L
With just
matched
the
to our
on
L.
there onto the RGB image.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so we can go, we can go back, right? And sometimes I see people will check off this,
What's that isometric?
inherit astrometric solution. So that's if you've plate solved the image. The new image will inherit the plate solved coordinates. Yeah. So I can't remember if this was plate solved or not. It doesn't really matter. But that's what that is. You can also check off this chrominance noise reduction. So I'll show you with that on. It's going to take longer because it's going to do another pass at denoising. And it may or may not work well. I usually leave it off, but it's, I mean, whatever. I don't think it did.
Didn't really have any noise in it.
Yeah, I don't think it did much of anything, but whatever. So all right, now you got your RGB detail image, right? But there's something missing. So now we take this guy and we'll just stick it there. And now we go to the part everyone hates. Go way back to the beginning. And I'm a little worried about.
Yeah, what's that green blob?
I don't know. A little worried about that.
You got another one over there too.
It's an artifact of
The green monster.
It's an artifact of the star extraction. So we're gonna see what happens with that. Again, we're doing this live, so I don't know what's gonna happen. It's just that's an issue with the star extractor, star exterminator. So, all right. So what do we do with stars? Right? These are linear stars. We can turn off the screen transfer function. You don't want to do this. But so what do we do with stars, right? I'm just gonna rename these stars just so it's easier. So what I do, right? We have now that's the other thing, right? These are narrowband stars. So I'm gonna do this two ways. Once for the mono people and once for the not mono people. Right, so say you have mono stars here. The tool I use lately is this script SETI Astro star stretch. Right, and actually, do I want to do this one or do I want to do? Let me just see what's in here. Yeah, all right. So there's a couple ways to do this. So this tool, the narrowband to RGB star combo, right? It assumes you have HA03 and S2 stars, or it assumes that you've got a one-shot color dual narrowband stars, right? So if you're using one-shot color narrowband data, you'll point it at your star image.
Max, which tool is that?
This is in SETI Astro, there's two star stretch tools. This is the narrowband to RGB star combination tool. So if you're using a narrow band a narrow band one-shot color tool, pull up the NB to RGB star combo, select your one-shot color stars, right? Which you should have. You'll want to check off apply star stretch, and you want to check off apply show preview, and it's going to do some calculations here. And then you get this preview window here where you can do like a 1-to-1 zoom, and you can zoom in on your stars and see, what do they look like. Now, I'm going to do this again for narrowband stars, so just to show you the one-shot color people what you're looking at, right? You can mess with this stretch factor, which is, as the name implies, how hard you're stretching them. More stretch factor is going to make them brighter, and then this color boost is going to be how much color is applied. So you make a change on there, you hit refresh preview, and it'll apply accordingly. Now I'm using not one-shot color stars. I'm using HA03S2 stars, so it's not going to do much for me here, but I just want to show you with a one-shot color how you would approach this. So you can mess with these sliders, hit refresh preview until you get the stars the way you want, and then you would hit execute and it'll apply all those changes. So while you're doing that, I'll show you for the mono guys what you'll do, and it's a couple extra steps. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to create what's called an image container. And what I'm going to do when I have image container up is I'll click this button here, this add views, and I want to add my original 3 HA03S2 to this container. And all the container is going to do is it's going to automate a couple processes for me. So if I look at my original data, right, they still got all the stars in there. So I'm going to take this thing and I'm going to go process all processes. What the hell is it? Star exterminator. All right. And I'm going to do, we don't need to unscreen them in this case. I'm going to do generate star image. And all this container is going to do is it's going to execute this process, star exterminator, on anything that's in the container. So there's my HA stars. There's my O3 stars. And there's my S2 stars. And then I can close this. And all it's done is just pulled the stars out of the 3 images. So now I got these 3 guys. And I can go back into, oops, my SETI Astro, and I can go for mono stars, right? I say, all right, my HA stars are these, my O3 stars are these, my S2 stars are these. I want to apply a star stretch, and I want to show them what it looks like. And now because I'm hitting it with these appropriate, I'm hitting it with the appropriate channels for the, you can see in my case, right? I mean, they look like hell, and I'll fix that, but you get much better color out of them. All right, so I got some blues, I got some greens. Now maybe I want to boost the color. You know, let's just see what this looks like, right? Probably a bad idea, but you know, again, it's to taste. It's like, you know, so maybe I got, this guy's a little loud. You know, do I want those bright oranges? Do I need 3 nanometer filters? Yes. To be continued. So maybe that's too much, right? And maybe I'm getting, I mean, the halos don't look too bad, but if I was getting halos, right, I could push the stretch factor down and it would stretch them less, so they're less bloated, so you get less halos. So, but maybe these are the colors too bright for me, so I'm going to dial it back a little bit. And yeah, I could do that. But let's just say, all right, I'm happy with this. I'll hit execute. It's going to do a whole bunch of stuff. And now, I don't need that. Now I've got color stars from narrowband stars. Now some of these look a little janky because I haven't done BlurX on them, right? Because these were straight from my originals. So I can just go in and hit correct only and it should fix them. Did it fix them, or do I need a flattener? Yeah, all right, it fixed them. So now, right, we've got our star image and we got our RGB image. And then the tool, let me see if the tool is in here, right? Yeah. And go, this is relatively new, the combine images script. And we want to combine our RGB.
How did you combine things before this tool came?
Pixel math, yeah. The hell was the name of the stars? Oh, this. And see, so remember when we were unscreening stars, you can hit this. There's many ways to recombine, but you screen them, and that's doing the opposite, the inverse of what the RC Astro Star X did. So it's screening them back in. So it's preserving the color. You're not blending the. It's basically like screen printing, right? It's sticking the stars to the other image. It's not blending them at all. If you were to blend them, you'd get like the combination of the star color and the background, which is what you don't want.
Max, where are we finding this?
This one is under script and toolbox, and it's combine images.
Okay, so we got to get the toolbox package, right? Yeah. Okay.
And again, I mean, you can screw around with all of these. Like you can boost one image if you want. You can mess with all of these toggles. All I'm using it for, right, is to rescreen the stars onto my image. So defaults are fine. And then I just hit go. And now I've got voila. Now, you zoom in here and it's like, all right, there's still some background noise. What do we do? We throw it all out and start over again. No. No. We do a final little touch up here where we can, the star color is actually pretty good. Where this is just another, hold on, let me get some of these out of the way. So what I'm talking about, right, is if I zoom in, you see how some of this granularity in the background, right? As a finishing touch, we go in here, we extract luminance on the entire image again. Like this. And we'll take it and we'll drop it on as a mask. Let's throw that off to the side. And then we'll go mask, invert mask. So now we're protecting the stars. We're protecting all the light areas of the image. The heck did I just do?
You have to give it.
And put it over here.
You tried to apply an image to
Yeah.
Instagram transformation.
Whoops. It's a crowded workspace. What can I say? And we'll just take show mask. So now we have the mask. It's targeting all the dark areas here, right? And we'll go process all processes. And this guy at the very bottom here, this TGV denoise. And this one, right, there are, you want to put it in the CIE lab mode. And what we can do to save a little time, because it does take a little while to run. If you go along the top here, oops. Oh, wait. Oh, boy. There it goes. You click the new preview, this little blank page looking guy. And let's just draw a box somewhere in the background. Right? Create a preview. And click on preview. I can see it in all its glory. So you see all this grain in here. That's what we want to get rid of. So in TGV denoise in lab mode, you just drag and drop on here. So that's pretty good. I can try bumping up the smoothness a little bit. Didn't really do a whole lot. Maybe we bump up the strength a little bit. That's getting better. All right. Bump it up a little higher. And again, this is only targeting the background of the image. So we're trying to smooth out any of that noise. So if we get it, roughly where we want, we can take it and we can drag it and drop it on there. And someone's computer's taking off over there. We can see what it looks like. So if you go in here, right, do before and after. I think it's more obvious on my screen, but you can sort of see it on the projector too. All that crunchy background noise is now smooth. So your background is smooth. Your stars are the right color. Your nebula looks nebulous. And then is this the delete? No, this is delete preview, right? Nope. What the hell does this one do? Oh, that's the mask. Where's the?
Just right click on the preview.
Yeah, there's a button up top too that nukes the previews. Maybe it's over here. No, it's over here. That's right. There it is. And then for the most part, right? Now your image is done, right? And it's, we've pulled out a lot of the background. Doesn't show again on the projector, but on my screen, right, I've got a lot of the background nebulosity that's still preserved. I've got good color in here that I'm happy with. Excuse me. Dark nebula shows up. The core's not blown out. You got lots of detail, contrast. You got smooth transitions in the colors. Star color looks good. And then the background's nice and smooth. You're good to throw this up on Facebook and get 3 likes for your, your 40 hours of work standing out in the cold, and that's what it's all about. So this is what I would consider, for the most part, a finished image. You can, one last thing you could possibly do, right, is go in here and like histogram. If you want to pull a preview up, maybe you adjust the black point a little bit, make it more contrasty. You just want to make sure you don't clip anything. But again, that's all to taste. If you I prefer not having a jet black background. So
sometimes I hit it again with that statistical stretch just to see what it looks like.
Yeah, you can. There's a lot of stuff.
Sometimes it's all right.
There's a lot of stuff you can do.
Sometimes it pulls it down a bit.
At this point.
Better, but it's all right.
So that one done. I'll do another one, a broadband target, but I assume it'll go a lot faster because we're not, hitting all the tools. But any questions about any of that so far? Comments, concerns?
You don't expect all 3 of those peaks, the red, the green, and the blue, to line up?
No, because we've when we were doing the curves work, right? We were pushing certain channels up and pulling some down. If you want it, all aligned, right? I mean, you could theoretically go in here and align it. Well, hold on, wait. I'll turn a preview on. You could theoretically push them in and align it, but then you get a green cast on your image. So no, you don't expect them to be. And again, they're going to land where they land based on, I happen to like this palette. It's a little different than what you're seeing up there. I got more teals and golds on my screen. But there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's the color stuff. Maybe you don't want the stars as vibrant. This guy's a little aggressive, at least on this screen. Maybe you don't want it to look like that. But it's all up to you.
I have a weird question.
What's up?
I don't have the toolbox.
Which toolbox?
You have to download it.
You don't have the toolbox category, full stop?
Yeah. Just Google toolbox, PixInsight, and then you'll be able to put it in.
I think I have it on my desktop at home, which is weird.
Yeah, I don't know which one of these guys it is. It's one of these tools.
Would it be worthwhile to mention the TensorFlow add-in to?
Yeah, I mean, so if you have a system with an NVIDIA card, Mac will do it natively. But if you've got a computer with a an NVIDIA video card, you can enable, it's called CUDA, and that uses, for certain processes, like the RC Astro, it leverages your GPU memory, which is substantially faster than your standard memory. So all of those tools are going to go much quicker. But it's why PixInsight hasn't adopted that across the board. The devs work in mysterious ways, but at least Russ Croman's stuff will all work, and like stuff like StarNet will all work using your GPU. So tools which can grind for a while are a lot quicker that way.
And he has a thing you put in the update.
That's true.
That it'll automatically do it.
Yeah, that's true. He did put out a. Well, it's not going to be on Jim's computer because he's running a Mac. But if you go on Russ Croman's site, he actually has a repository you can download, which will, assuming you have an NVIDIA card, will do all the CUDA install for you. You just install that, and it's big, so CUDA will take up like 2 to 3 gig, but it does all that behind the scenes stuff for you. So it's pretty handy. So that's a generic workflow. There's a lot of other, niche tools you can use, which I really just wanted to sort of give like a basic how-to. And as we all get more comfortable with this, I can start, and subsequent ones of these going into some of the crazier tools. But this was, this is a narrowband. I'll do a broadband target next, which has a couple different things, but just another image to give you all another taste of this. Figure take like a couple minute break and then do the other one because we've been sitting for a bit.
Given last night's meeting, do you want to just show how to rotate the image to make sure it's the right way around?
Yeah, that's important. Very important. Yes, very good question. So, if your image is upside down, which it happens to the best of us, it's just in here, geometry, and so I took the liberty of shooting this right side up, so I don't have to do that. But if your image is upside down, it's image geometry.
Now it's upside down.
And then you can.
It need to be put on its side.
So that's if Andromeda's upside down, your people are falling out. Flip it, for the love of God, flip it.
In terms of saving,
Yeah.
I've been saving the whole project.
Yeah. So you can do that. So if it's something you want to come back to, you can go and you can do save project, and I will do this as well. It will save everything. So all of these icons that are up, it saves them all out. It saves any tool in the state that the tool is at that's up. It saves the state.
Save images that you didn't manually save as well.
It saves absolutely everything. So it's gonna create a massive file, and it'll be a workspace file, but you can literally open that and it will open the exact state that everything was when you saved it. So I do that occasionally if I have some obnoxious project like a mosaic that's just it. You can't do it all in one sitting. I'll save the workspace.
Or I find after a day, I look at it the next day and I'm like,
yeah.
Oh no, what did I do?
Yeah.
And I want to backtrack.
Yeah.
It doesn't save the workflow though.
But
you can undo your way pretty far back.
Yeah, it'll save the image history. So I could, if I saved this and I reopened it, this blue arrow would still be there, and I could back it up. So it's gonna take, depending on the size of your image, seriously like 10, 20, 30 gigs of hard drive space, but it saves everything we just did.
No, but my question was,
Yeah.
say you have one nebula you do, and your whole workflow.
Yeah.
then you go to a completely different nebula.
Yeah.
Maybe a similar nebula, I don't know.
Yeah.
And now you say apply workflow.
No,
Concept like that.
No,
do it the hard way.
no, you do it the hard way. Yeah.
I'm just asking. Okay.
No, yeah, you
It'd
can't.
be nice, but then then you
But
can't
every
play with
image-
all the toggles.
Yeah, every image is different too.
Oh, okay.
I actually think. Oh, go ahead.
So with image geometry, I rotated mine using fast rotation. What's the difference?
I couldn't tell you.
Probably nothing.
Okay.
Probably. I never really use that because I shoot my stuff right side up in the first place, so it doesn't apply to me.
Some of us aren't geniuses
Yeah.
yet, and so we're, things. Well, the weird thing is that some of my images were right side up, and some were upside down, so to speak, because of meridian flux.
So-
and when it stacked the wrong way.
It stacks based on if in weighted batch preprocessor, if you have it set to auto select your best sub, if your best sub is after the meridian flip, everything is going to align to that one. So that's what that's all about.
Okay.
Leonard,
Your stuff with the saving the project.
yeah,
Because the project you might have in a separate directory than where images are.
yeah.
If you have that saved project, if for some reason your images get moved,
I think
the stuff is probably that project's going to probably be broken.
I don't know. I've not tried that. I don't know the answer to that. I think it's not saving paths to your.
It's saving the files.
It's saving the files itself.
I just
Or
did
it's
it.
moving your image files.
I just
Yeah.
did it, and in the process
Okay.
console, like it's showing saving this image, saving
Yeah.
this image, like.
Well, no, but when it's saying saving the images, it's saving to a like.
Well, I
I
don't
guess
get
under
a
the
path.
project, if you've
I don't
done
get a directory.
modifications, you in that directory where it's
So, like-
originally set up, it has it there, but your original images are in another location.
Yeah. So like in this case, right, these original images are on Jim's hard drive, but if I save this workspace to like my flash drive, it would duplicate. It would save copies.
So you
It
can
would save
really
copies.
eat up hard drive space.
Oh yeah, it's gonna nuke your hard drive, but it's good if if it's a project you're gonna come back to.
Yeah, no. I know from like processing, like doing Adobe Premiere and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You're doing video editing, but if you move it and the files that you originally worked with, if they move their location, then that project's broken.
Yeah. No, this'll save duplicates. It's not gonna do the paths.
Yeah, you can put it on an external drive. You can
So-
save project to external drive, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll put everything there.
Yeah, that's fine. It's funny. I think this version's better than the one that I processed like 2 years ago. Whatever. Goodbye. I'll do it again sometime. Close all this nonsense down. Boom, boom, boom. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. No, put this one back. Oop. Come on.
How do you get your icons to line up?
Yeah, so that's a fun trick, right? You select the group that you want, like these guys. Let's just,
Can you delete? How do you get them off? Like,
you select them like this, right? And then you right click, arrange selected, align left.
Oh, so you have to select outside of the icons, so to speak.
Well, you don't want.
No, you just right click on one of them, align left.
Okay.
So that's,
once you have a workflow, you can save those icons and like load back in every time, and then you just
Yeah.
write down your workflow, and they're all right there.
you know, and then if you want to get rid of all of them, you
like
just
there's a default workspace.
I don't know, sometimes it
Everybody
doesn't
has
work.
a default workflow.
I don't think so.
delete selected,
Yeah, it's like number one, right?
It doesn't seem to work. Maybe it's different.
close.
If I'm doing one image,
Yep.
like one nebula.
Oh,
now I'm doing
okay,
another
now.
one.
Oh my God.
Workflow
Oh
on-
my
I
God,
know.
close.
Yeah.
So
What
I save that.
what I did is
Good night, Moon.
like you can save. There might be a better way to do this, but you can save a link to the empty workspace with those icons.
Oh.
So you just open up and
So
the
you're
icons
on
are right there.
workspace one. Oh, when you say workflow, you mean like
I mean all the process icons. You can save those.
Yeah, you
So
just
that they
save them
load,
as,
you can load up with
save
them.
them as a process, and then
As a
put them on your
process.
desktop. And when you open up your PixInsight, you double click
It's
on
all
it.
right there, yeah. So then you're just opening up your new images and all your icons.
That's if you save it as a project. Yeah?
No,
Nope.
no, you save the,
You would just select all these icons.
Yep.
And then you save them.
All right, so we'll start here in a minute. I'm gonna do
You had all of these selected. Let's just say
I'm gonna do Andromeda now against my better judgment, because this is a
process icons.
supremely obnoxious target. But
Oh, okay.
YOLO.
Why?
Process.
So this is gonna be 5 channels. Because one of the things people have been asking, and this is going to apply to. I mean, you can do this to nebula images as well, but particularly in galaxies, where you take an H alpha channel, and how do I add H alpha, especially from a galaxy, into an RGB image.
Are we loading all those ones?
Yeah, there's 5.
There's 2 each, two hydrogen alpha.
Right. So if you're using my data, load the Graxpert ones, because the Graxpert ones I've already background extracted them and cropped them, so it just saves a couple steps.
Okay.
Just a comment. The
Yeah.
Graxperts of M51 have like a lot of light in the background. At least
M51.
Yeah. Mine has-
Let me see.
Mine are coming up. Because I nuked them just now.
Where? Which one?
All 5 or 6. This is
Yeah, they're
everything.
flat. They're flat. So,
So that's good.
click on one, and you might have done the double
I
stretch.
did this
No,
one.
you have to double stretch. Click
Oh.
on that one. That's a
Will
single.
it undo?
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Oh, okay.
This is like an extreme stretch.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, you had it turned up to 11. So if you want to use my data, that's cool. If you want to use yours, if you want to use the Luna 1 data set for, I think Triangulum's got H alpha, and so does the Whirlpool. So those are good. Or if you just want to use use whatever you want, that's cool too. But yeah, so this will be broadband processing. It's going to be very similar, except we're going to add. So this is the H alpha of Andromeda, and so this is actually 2 data sets that I combined. It's somewhere. I think it's almost 70 hours of Andromeda. So if I never shoot this again, I'll be happy. But
Oh wow, I was proud of myself for having 12 hours.
yeah, well, this is 2 years worth, and for some reason I shot it twice. So a question came up last night about why does my H alpha look like my other channels, right? You can still see the galaxy. So the reason behind that is when you shoot an H alpha frame of a nebula in the Milky Way, you're getting all the H alpha nebulosity, but you're also getting the stars because there's hydrogen in the stars, and the stars are going to show up. A galaxy, it looks like a fuzzy blob. That's just stars. So this glow, right, that's just the combined H alpha in those stars that you're seeing. However, what we're interested in is it's slightly easier to see. If you look at, like, what is this, luminance? All right, so this is like luminance here. Follow around this sort of outer ring, right? If you look at it in H alpha, you see these more pronounced blobs. So those blobs are regions of H alpha, or basically nebulas within Andromeda, and that's what we want to isolate from everything else, which we're going to see if I remember how to do it, which will be fun. But that's the one of the goals for this one. So first things first, we've got. I'm just going to rename these for sanity's sake. It's going to be HA. Minimize. This one is luminance. L.
So if I don't have H alpha, but
Yeah.
I do have, like what I was asking you earlier about the masters for each
channel.
Each channel, it kind of is the same thing.
It's well, so you can you can follow along. You're just going to skip the. You're going to skip the add HA step. That's all.
Okay. I'll be crazy enough to do that.
All right. So I've labeled mine. Oops. And we'll just arrange left. Ta-da. Okay. So the other difference between this one and the narrowband is if you're shooting mono, as I take a bite of donut, if you're shooting mono, you're going to have a dedicated luminance channel. We're not going to have to make that synthetic one. So the luminance is effectively all the red, green, and blue sort of combined. But that's why we have the luminance channel. It's going to serve the exact same purpose as what we were doing before, but that's what that extra channel is. All right, so if you're using my data, it's already been cropped and it's already been background extracted. If you're using your own, you'll want to go in and crop it if necessary and hit it with Graxpert, like we had done before. So let's see, we got RGB, yeah.
No, I think I'm going to stick to what I have.
All right, so we'll go in. I'll start with dealing with the HA. Let's be brave. It's a nightmare. Okay, so bear with me on this. I haven't processed this in a couple of years, so I want to remember exactly how to do this. First thing you do with the HA, excuse me, is you will, I think you got to remove the stars from all of them, actually. So let's try that. Let's do image container, reset. Okay.
Where's image container? Is it script or process?
You just right click on the workspace and it's in there.
Oh.
And this is just going to let us shoot off the same tool, however many times in a row we want.
You start things on the side if you want to equip it.
Oh, right, duh. My bad. That's the whole point, right? Whoops. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll figure this out. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is pull the stars out of all 5 channels, making sure that I generate star images. We're not going to use the HA stars, but might as well do them all at once.
How do you get the image container again?
Image container is you right click on the desktop, if you will, and it's one of the objects in there. So you click on that, and then you click on the add views, which is fourth from the right, and you just select LRGB, HA, or whatever you're using.
Yeah, I think it's quick.
Right, this thing's a beast.
Oh, click on add views. Oh, I see.
Yeah. So now we got our stars pulled out. We can just minimize these because whatever. Stick them up here. All right. SETI Astro, do not fail me.
Whoa, a continuum subtraction.
Yeah, yeah.
That's amazing.
Sounds like a mobile.
I've not used this tool, so I've always done it with pixel math, so this will be interesting.
Just remind me, it's Star Exterminator.
Yes, go ahead.
With Star, am I muted?
No, I can hear you. Go ahead.
No, okay. Star Exterminator, because I'm gonna start over. Generate star image and unscreen stars, right?
Yes,
So
you want them both. You want them both checked,
But not large overlap.
right? And I'll give everyone a couple minutes to let that one run, because it's gonna run.
We probably should have done this on Red Hat's break.
Yeah, well, yeah. Just shout when yours are done. I'm using Jim's Beast Max, so I've been done for 3 minutes. But yeah, and that's going back to what I was saying before. It's a boon if you can get the CUDA going, or if you're on a Mac. Tools like Star Exterminator greatly benefit from CUDA acceleration, and so like on Jim's machine here, it's like any other tool, but
Hey Max, how did you get once you put the files in the image container, how did you get it to execute?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Yeah, so when you have them in image container here, whatever tool you want to hit it with, so let's say,
On the side.
oh my God, yeah, it's still on this. Let's say you want to do Star Exterminator, right?
Yep.
You put in the settings that you want, generate star on screen. You click and hold the blue arrow, and you just drop it on the bottom of the tool you want to use.
But all we have now is just the original images and the star images, but we don't have starless, right?
You do have starless because it's pulled the stars out of these. So if you look at, I'm going to be working on HA. All the stars are
Oh, I
gone.
didn't look at that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pulled all the stars out. Yeah, so we're gonna we're gonna use a tool in a couple minutes here once people are finished up. Part of the SETI suite, which I've not used. I've seen the video of it. I've always done this via Pixel Math, which works. But again, SETI Astro streamlines it. It's called continuum subtraction. So it wants to remove what's known as the continuum of a galaxy, pull out effectively all the glow from individual stars, and just leave these nebula regions, which we're going to then add to the red channel. doing this in pixel math traditionally was a bit of a pain and a bit of a trial and error to get right. But he's this guy's a genius. So, and he puts it out there for free. So props to him. So as you finish up, I'll just set this up. It's in script SETI Astro and then continuum subtraction utility. And we're going to learn this one together. So we have a starless image. The emission line we care about is HA. And our continuum group, in this case, we're using mono data. We want our red channel. And let's see what happens.
But if you don't have HA data.
If you don't have HA, yeah, this doesn't apply.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So I have no idea what's going to happen. I've never used this tool before, but YOLO. Let's see what happens. I assume it's doing effectively what the pixel math thing is doing. So we'll see what happens. And so while this runs, the whole point of this, right, is the HA regions. You need a lot of HA data for this to work, but the HA regions, when you put them into a galaxy in the red channel, are going to glow like these big red jewels or red beads within the galaxy, and it adds a lot more punch to it. So, wow, that really worked well. Holy smokes. Holy crap. This is... All right, so this is what you want.
What isn't that unstretched too? So.
I think he stretched it. I think he stretched it. So, what this tool has done, right? If you look at our original HA, it's gone through and it's pulled out effectively all the nebulas within Andromeda, all the HA nebulas within Andromeda, and dumped them and deleted everything else, essentially. And I know it looks pretty haggard now, but we're going to take this and we're going to dump it into our red channel. So
do a save as at this point? I'm sorry.
No, it
It's
looks like it's just saved it. So you got this HANB.
Oh.
So we can decouple the white point. Or maybe we can't. I don't know.
Can we just
do it there.
make it an icon then?
Yeah. So you got this new channel, this HANB new. And I just let this rip on defaults, so it looked like it worked pretty well, but we'll see what happens. I've never done it this way, but it looks the way it should, so it looks like it did a good job. So
is that your new red channel?
It's not my new red channel. This is my HA isolated channel. We still have to combine this with the red channel.
Max, just to double check,
Yeah.
there isn't any kind of like parallel workflow for like dual narrowband on RGB? Or is this solely a mono tool?
I don't know. Let's see. Well, it might be. It might be. I don't know. So if you're shooting dual narrowband, right? You got HA03.
Uh-huh.
Theoretically, you could try putting the same image here for both,
Right.
and then you want
'Cause it-
a red or RGB, so that would be your. What you would have to do, right? All right. So what you would have to do is you would have to shoot with a dual narrowband filter, get a master, and then you'd have to shoot with a whatever, just a color image. So you would have two masters. You'd have a narrowband master and a color master.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
It's
thinking about like what we were talking on the break. You know.
yeah. I mean, you could theoretically. Yeah, it'd be a good experiment. I'd be interested to see how that worked because, if you shot a galaxy with a narrowband filter, it's gonna look different than if you shot it with just RGB. So theoretically, all this is really doing, this tool is doing, is it's looking at your color channel and your narrowband channel, and it's putting in like a range of intensities and subtracting, and the subtraction, the difference is what I get
Yeah.
here. I would say try it. That could be an interesting experiment. My guess is that you'd get something. And further, I mean, there's actually oxygen in a lot of these galaxies too. So who knows? It's worth a shot. So anyway, if you're using the mono set, you should get, for Andromeda, something like this. If you're using the Whirlpool, it'll be something smaller. If you're using Triangulum, it'll be, blotchy all around. But this is what we want. We want the isolated HA. And now what we have to do is it in here? No, I think it's in the toolbox, right? The
HE to RGB. Is that what you're looking for?
combine HA with RGB. Yeah, it's in the toolbox. So script toolbox, combine HA with RGB.
If you have the toolbox.
I have it now.
Yeah. So, you know what? I have to make the RGB. All right. So we'll hold off on that for just half a second. So we'll do all processes like we did before, right?
Just so you know, my stars are done extracting.
Oh, you did it. Good.
Just now.
All right. Well, I'm still figuring some stuff out here. So, take. So right now I'm doing a channel combination to just put my starless RGBs together, because this tool that I'm about to use requires an RGB image as input. So I'm just taking channel combination like we did before, RGB as RGB. And then we'll unlinked. Let's just see what this looks like. Ooh, that's a galaxy.
Looks nice.
That's a galaxy.
What were your options? Did you do inherit? Oh, you don't do inherit.
Yeah, I don't do that.
And just say RGB and go?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait, is it apply or new instance?
It's the circle. It's the circle on this tool when you're combining 3 channels. Yeah. Pretty much every other time it's just the square.
And mine looks like crap. I don't know why. It's just black.
Because it's unstretched. So go to screen transfer, make sure it's unlinked, and hit the nuke. It's gonna look washed out though.
Screen transfer was that second button on the right.
Screen transfer function is in process all processes.
I did something wrong. Okay.
Go process all processes, screen transfer. The nuke button, just for reference, the nuke button across the top, the stretch button, is just a bare bones, quick and dirty check your data. but it doesn't have any flexibility to it. If you want to stretch a color image, you want to use screen transfer, because then you can unlink the channels and you can get a better idea.
And this one were linked or unlinked?
Unlinked. Unlinked for RGB. Now what's interesting is the last time I processed this, Blur Exterminator didn't exist.
Huh.
So I don't know what's going to happen.
Did you run blur on it?
Not yet, no. No. I'm going to do that on my my luminance layer.
Okay.
In fact, I probably should have done that already, but so you, Randy, you see in the
I did it backwards. Never mind.
are you good now?
I was doing stars, and I should be doing starless.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I'm missing a blue completely, so
You don't have a blue
I
channel?
missed the
What the
channel.
hell's that crawling up the thing?
Hey, you know,
The hell is that?
I know, but it's
Oh,
getting,
it's a stink
it's
bug.
getting in the galaxy.
Really? It's big.
We found intergalactic life on the screen here. There's a bug walking up the screen.
Don't squish it.
Anyway, so I've got this RGB image, which exists. So now what I'm going to try here, I'm going to name it RGB. Oops. And I'm going to minimize it. Stick it up here. Now we're going to try this other script in Toolbox. Combine HA with RGB. And I don't know what's going to happen. So my RGB is RGB. Whoa, we want to unlink that. That's atrocious. And then our HA is this HANB. And it's doing something. Holy smokes.
Wow.
That's aggressive. Let's turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, something's weird with that. Does it have to be a stretched image?
Well, it says linear. Oh, wait. Let's go. Baby steps. No, man. What is this? I don't like this tool.
What's that remove background noise thing?
I don't know. That ain't right. See, old ways are better. That's what I've always said. That none of these newfangled.
Well,
What the hell is going on here? Yeah, this is.
I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
Yeah, if you're if we got open mics, can you
Yeah.
mute them somehow? Do I know how to mute
I
that?
think maybe you have two channels open and it's causing some background noise or something.
No,
Is it possible to mute it?
I think Dan
Thanks.
is muted.
How do I do that? I don't know if I can do it.
Just go to the participant and click on mute,
Do the people,
the ellipsis on each participant, and you can just mute.
I don't have that.
no, go to, if you click on the participant thing, you should get another list. It should give you a list of the participants.
Oh, look at that.
You register, does it show you as being host?
I don't know. Whoops. Oh boy.
Either you're not the host of the meeting.
Oh, I ruined it.
You don't host it.
Just tell everybody to mute, that's all. Self-mute.
Yeah, if you guys could mute and then unmute when you want to say something, that'd be sweet. All right, so I don't know what's going on with this one, but oh wait, yes I do. I know exactly what's going on with this.
I think it has to be stretched, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has to be stretched because the HA is stretched. So, all right, we're learning here, folks. This is what it's all about. So the issue is my RGB is still linear, and my HANB is stretched. So that's why it's losing its mind.
Oh, does it
What?
that process stretches it automatically? Or?
Yeah, apparently I've never used that one before, so that's what's going on. All right, so take your RGB, go all processes. I mean, you stretch it however you want. Let's try. I'll try it this way, right? Let's see what Franklin's gonna do to my MNJ. RGB. No linked. Franklin, don't let me down. Gross. Ew. What have you done? It's probably because there's green in there.
What's that normalize image range thing? Let's
Oh no. Let's see what this does.
unclick that.
Franklin, come on, man. My guess is it's because I left the green in there, which, whatever. I'm just gonna do it this way. See, this is welcome to PixInsight, folks. Freaking nightmare. It's a problem solving.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm gonna do it the old-fashioned way because
Remember to pick your image.
what is this a jar of? Close.
Pick your view.
Oh, it shouldn't.
You haven't got any view selected. There you go.
You just knock it off green.
There you go.
No, I'm gonna.
You didn't grab it.
No, it keeps pulling up this. What is this error?
App kit? No idea. That's 5 billion errors.
It's a lot of red.
Yeah. Double that.
I don't know.
Avoid application.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's something up with that.
Let's try this again. Process, all processes. Screen transfer. It does not like that for some reason.
Click on the preview, see what it's actually looking at. Just make sure. Okay.
You know what? Let's turn this off. It doesn't like it. Yeah, it doesn't like me dragging and dropping on there. It's
Yeah,
throwing
it's
some error.
Some error there. It's like an application error.
With PixInsight, you think?
Yeah, maybe you have to like save that project and then close it
Yeah.
and then bring it back in again.
untitled. That's good. PixInsight's acting up, so I'm just saving the project and I'm gonna relaunch PixInsight. So hold.
Hold on to your tights.
And I'll let everyone get their star reduction or star removal done.
As Max works on his door not
Oh.
removal.
Do you think this is my monitor or a bad RGB combination?
No, it's
It's
fine.
fine.
It looks so warm.
Yeah.
Just wait.
I know it'll change. I just wanted to find out.
No, it's
how.
fine. Andromeda's a wily beast. All right, let's try
You
again.
having an issue with histogram transfer?
Yeah. I think I just had to close PixInsight and reopen it. Turn it off, turn it on again.
Were you having issues up there?
Mine is letting me drag the icon over. I don't get an error, but nothing happens.
Yeah, I can drag the icons on the bottom, but I can't click inside, so something's
Hmm.
going
All right, we'll figure it out.
I think we've broken everybody's computer.
Oh, you guys found the virus in my image files? Great. Surprise. All right, let's see. All right.
Max, for this, are we going to be generating a luminance layer?
There's already a luminance. Oh, you will after. So, are you using your data or are you using my data?
I'm using my data.
All right. So,
Live dangerously.
yeah. So, have you stretched your RGB yet or no?
No.
All right. So in your case, go up and hit the extract CIEL component, and then just put that off to the side as luminance.
You extracted from the stars, not from the full image, the starless, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I did that much. Yeah. I basically restarted the process. So
Oh, here
I
they are.
was starting
Okay.
over. So okay. So I generated luminance from the starless. All right. So I'm okay. I'm catching up.
Okay. So let's try this again. Yeah, that's a new one on me here. So let's figure it out. Welcome to PixInsight.
It's on the side as well, you know.
Oh, for God's sakes. Oh, it's right here.
All right. Well, mine worked. You didn't break my computer.
It did. All right, cool. Must be nice.
I just had to close all the process of Windows and then redo it.
All right, there we go. That did it. All right. I don't know. It was a gremlin. It's the same gremlin that nuked Luna 1. I'm going to beat that thing with a garden hose. All right. So, we got a stretched RGB, which is fine. And now, we will try this other tool again. In Toolbox, in Combine HA with RGB. And we will hope it's not linear. H alpha is HA and B. Hey, it works. All right, that was the problem. All right, so yeah, okay. So if you guys stretch your RGB and take that HANB, you should be able to combine the two now using this combined H alpha tool. And I've not used this, so I assume this is the amount. Let's just see. If I double it, that's a little aggressive.
The default looked pretty good.
The default looks good, but I like to push buttons, so. I'll stick it at
What are you trying to do? Like get more each year?
I don't know. Just see what it does.
Or,
Just make it look terrible. I don't know.
Delete stuff and then fix it.
Remove H alpha background noise.
Sure.
See what it does. Yeah, I've never used this tool, so we're gonna figure it out. I don't know what this slider does. It's just maybe that's fine. Yeah, that's the fine scale. I don't think there is background noise, honestly.
no, not really.
Where does that combine RGB and narrow?
Yeah, that's in the toolbox. So you guys, everyone finding that all right, or not?
I don't have the toolbox loaded.
Okay, I can find that repository for y'all.
Sounds interesting.
I mean, whatever. That looks good. And we'll dump it down a little. No.
If you
Turn up.
search PixInsight Toolbox, you'll be able to find a link to the repository.
I found a link to the forum
Yeah.
All right.
right here.
So now we got.
Oh, wait.
I need a
Someone-
reducer.
It was a PixInsight forum that said that someone's toolbox was missing. And
I think
right
once
in
you
there
add the
was
stars
link
back
to
in,
it.
it'll look
Yep. Try
better.
that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the galaxy's bigger than my field of view. Whoops.
A little bit further.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is familiar?
Yeah, I just did this. It should say like
Here, this is.
like a .de address. Yep, that's the.
So we're just catching a couple people
We're
up,
gonna
just
put that
FYI.
in the repository.
Yeah, where's the address? This?
Can you pull it a little closer so?
So you guys, you getting it? You got it.
No, but
Well, they're still sorting stuff out, so I can help.
if you wanna see where I am, I keep
Yeah.
getting a blue image every time I do this, so.
Now you're
let
gonna
me
have
try
to.
it again.
Yeah, this I.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I do,
No, you're fine. You
I wanna add, I wanna take my red, blue, and green, right?
yeah.
And every time I do that, I get garbage. So
Manage.
that's,
Mhm.
that's
So
the
do channel combination.
Yeah.
process, channel combination,
Right click, paste,
Yep.
channel combination. All right, and then it's already got stuff in
Push
it,
it
but
to
every
check
time
for
I run it, it's
updates on
garbage,
this
so I
page.
want to clear it out.
No, that's fine. And then hit
Check
the
for
that.
That one?
Yep.
Sometimes you have to,
Now, so
reset
go up
all
to
the-
go to
well,
processes.
you do this and you have to. reset
Yeah,
all
you
the
have to close it. It
Screen-
won't
all
launch the
processes?
install until
Yeah.
you close
Yeah.
it.
So you just
Screen
apply
transfer
PixInsight
function.
Toolbox.
I wonder if the .3 version like forgot to put that link in or something.
Screen.
Because I've always had the toolbox before.
You got it?
Weird.
All right.
Well, thanks for your
Uncheck
help.
that.
anyway.
Yeah,
See
no
the,
problem.
see the link?
I know some
Uncheck
people
that.
they don't have off the stuff I've got.
Yeah.
You want to.
Oh, that's what-
so
It's the link.
yes.
Damn it.
The link means all three channels get stretched the same amount.
Okay.
Literally everyone gets stuck on that. So.
Okay, and then, all I do
Alright,
is
so
do
now-
combination under script.
So now you want to,
Script, toolbox,
well, so first things first.
Oh,
First things first, you want to stretch this.
with,
So pull up histogram transform.
Scripts.
okay,
Yeah, click that,
all processes,
Yep.
and then go, scroll down, you'll see.
got it, okay.
Alright. You can reset that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just click on
This one?
that.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Well,
then
you're
take
gonna
this
get the
arrow
link.
there, drag it to the bottom.
There,
Yep. And then hit the X. Or not the X, I'm sorry, the square. Yep, and then hit the reset
See,
Oh,
button.
look, grab.
On this one?
grab-
I was able to get.
grab-
Now you're
grab
stretched.
expert.
okay.
Now,
And now,
I already had it installed on my machine.
got
so
this
it'll
HTML.
You
automatically
just had to
do
push
it.
for the
so
update.
now go
Yeah.
into script and then toolbox and then it's combine.
I got it.
Yeah, so you want to select. This is saying where's your RGB? So it's
Whatever
Yes.
this is.
that's RGB.
Click that
Yeah,
and
so
save link.
yeah,
or
it's
copy link or
RGB.
whatever.
Okay.
So you want RGB
Yeah,
in
and then,
the top one.
go to your,
Wait.
you copy the.
Where'd it go?
Okay, now go up to.
It's probably something
back to
RGB.
PixInsight.
Image 30 maybe.
Then you go to your.
Yeah.
source.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Image 30, and then your
Alpha
Updates.
ND,
alpha MB.
okay.
Now you want to uncheck linear image because
Right.
these are non-linear.
Yes,
Right.
Manage repositories, and then,
I'm sorry, yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just
Amount
Copy
to
that.
beta 0.
So hit
Okay.
Okay.
And okay.
You have to restart.
yeah.
it.
So
restart
you
it.
can slide up the
Have to
amount
restart
slider.
twice.
I like it's definitely in there, but in this one,
The
Well,
background?
you're gonna be lucky.
no.
First
You want
try.
the top slider there.
Amount?
It's okay.
Yeah. So you want to pump it up. Yeah. Just drop it there and see. So that now you got background HA. So now you can go in and slide the background HA.
This one? Or this one?
The bottom one is the fine, and
What I
the
do
top
just to
one
make
is the
sure
coarse.
I go
So
back over.
you try grabbing that
Yeah,
and pushing
there
it.
you go. Click on that.
You want to reduce it. Oop,
Apply.
grabbing.
Wow, it won't move.
Okay.
What if I just take amount down? Is
Turn
it-
the amount down. Yeah.
I think quit and come back in again.
So
Yeah.
if you
So
play with
yeah,
the,
there's definitely HA
beta
blobs
slider,
within there.
it
So
turns
that's
it purple.
that's good. And now you just hit.
Oh, yeah.
Now you just.
I
so
don't know why you would
watch
want
this
that,
image, and then
There
hit
you go.
OK.
Is it yes? And then yes. Me neither.
But
And
it's
now you
there.
see all these
Wow.
veins in here and
Okay.
these sort of HA gems.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that's the point. of
that's
doing
what
that.
we wanted.
That's what you want. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
that's what the beta slider does.
I
Maxed
think
out.
I did.
It turns it
well, that
purple.
will be under your.
Hey, I mean, if you're into that.
Go over the resources.
Yeah.
So it's H alpha versus H beta.
And I got.
I guess.
There's so many
Yeah.
processes,
I don't know.
forgot which one had
Yeah.
the change.
All right.
Just saw a slider, so I slid it.
See, that's how we break things and also learn. All right. So
Say yes.
everyone got some form of HA in their image if they desire it,
No.
or forever hold your peace. So all right. So now, what I would do on this image, right, is we're at the stage where we can do now we can do color work to this because we've got the HA in there. So same as the last target, I would suggest grabbing a mask or creating a mask. So click on your RGB and extract the luminance. This is not to be confused with the luminance layer we already have. We're going to do something different to that. But just extract the luminance based on the RGB image that we're working on. And what we want to do, this target's obnoxious because it's very high dynamic range. And I see a lot of people get into this trap where they don't get this good transition from the edge of the thing to call it space around it. So you want to make this mask kind of aggressive in this case. So if you go into Jesus, it's right here, right? Go into histogram transform, and you'll have like an RGB L. Oop, that's not the one we want. RGBL. Open a preview on that, and we really want to push it pretty close to the edge of the data. We want to darken up that background, and you'll get sort of a natural gradient from the edge of the galaxy out. You don't have to worry about the core or anything like that right now, but just push that black point right up to the edge of the data. And then you get, push it a little harder. Something like that. Do, 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 do.
I think that was that way.
Oh yeah. It's been going through my head all day. So all right, so now you got this new mask. You can drop it like it's hot, right? Drop it on there. Mask. Show mask. And now we can go in and where's the alphabet? Curves. Now we can mess with curves. So Andromeda is a nightmare to get right. And there's, I mean, right is subjective too, right? So it's like I process this so many times to like try to push the blue up a little bit. So now you get like some blue in there, but you don't want to cook the core. It's just
you're going color by color. Like
I'm trying to do you know,
I
individual.
First selected R, then G, then B. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I was going. I was hitting different channels.
Okay. Because I have RGBK, but you started with R, then G, then B, then RGBK.
Yeah, RGBK is your all the colors. So that's where you're gonna do your contrast.
Okay.
I
just didn't know what order did you do things, or it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter per se. But you know, getting this the way you want it is like I'm trying to get like that orangey core, and if I'm honest, I don't remember how I did it. So I'm just grabbing sliders and messing with them at this point. Whoa, that is not the right slider. Oh, there we go. It's the B one. You pull it down in the darker areas. I hate this target so much. I don't know. Let's see what this looks like. So yeah, I mean this one's tough, and I don't want to get into like. So like you can apply other range masks to it, where you put like a mask over the core and then you invert it, so you're protecting other parts of it, etc., etc. And I'm trying not to get too into the weeds with that right now. But this is one you can. I mean, I think I processed this probably about 15 or 20 times till I got it anywhere near where I wanted. And when you're doing it live here, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna nail it, that's for sure. Ooh. I don't know. Let's see.
How do you get the core less blown out? It's looking a little blown out on mine.
The core less blown out is the RGBK slider, and you want the upper end of it, which is going to be the bright part of your image. So maybe you pin it somewhere and then you just play with the highlights. See on mine?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, let me try that.
So you make an anchor point downstream of it.
How did you create that anchor point?
You just click anywhere on the line.
Oh.
And to get rid of it, to get rid of one, you right click on them.
Okay.
So if you want to like focus on, if you want to protect everything but the core, right? You can say like, all right, I want to protect this part out. So like I'll put a anchor point here, and then I'll like, you know.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
But I mean, this target, like I said, is it's easy to shoot, and it's like, you know, M42. It's easy to shoot. An absolute pain to process. And actually, let me see if I. So you'll notice on this one, right, on mine, like it looks all right, but it's still kind of bright over here. Don't sweat that background space, because that's where the luminance layer is going to come in. We're going to make it super high contrast. So when you apply this relatively bright for a background to a luminance layer where that's effectively black, it just wipes it right out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not aiming anywhere near for perfect. Like, this is tolerable for me. I got like on my screen at least, the center looks kind of gold and the outside looks blue-ish. But I don't want to waste, you know, like I said, getting the colors right on this thing took me 5 or 6 hours of just, I hate it, restart, I hate it, you know.
What are you pulling on the most to get that warmth in the middle?
The warmth is this bead.
Yeah, I was playing with that.
Because that goes blue to gold.
Like,
and it's
push.
like, you want to mess around in like the,
right, to get
the
that
yellows.
bright part. But
Yeah.
I still couldn't get, yeah, I must be hitting the wrong spots.
Well, so what you can do, right, you want to say like, all right, I want out to here.
Yeah, try to find that.
So you
spot on
figure
the line.
out the spot you want to, the edge of what you want to protect, and then you put the point there, and then you mess with anything upstream of it, so to speak. Again, this is probably one of the more difficult targets out there. So, but what you want to keep in mind in all of this processing, right, is the only thing I care about at this stage is the color. Is the color where I want it. Don't worry about anything else. You know, like, you know, you can make it cooler there, bluer. You know, I don't know.
It's okay. We're getting closer.
Yeah, it's this one. I mean, I just really want to show. All right, what do you do with a broadband target? Not so. Like, you could take this home and you can agonize over it, but that's the fun of astro processing. All right, so let's just say this is where I want it, which, whatever. So our color layer looks pretty good. It's not actually that noisy, so I'm not actually going to apply the convolution to it. It looks pretty good. somehow. So again, you have to sort of feel out, you know, whatever. Maybe I'll do a little bit. Just to be, I don't have to hit it that hard though. Maybe just bump it up to like 2.3, 2.4, whatever. Fine. Smooth it out, color noise, be going. So I got my RGB. We'll put that on this shelf.
Once you like the preview, how do you?
Once you like it, hit the square button and it'll apply.
Oh, okay. Because I did that, but it seemed to apply it twice.
No, it'll apply it once, and then where those curves are set is going to apply to the preview. So it's going to look like you hitting it again, but if you hit reset after applying it once, it'll look the way you want it.
So put the filled-in square that says apply.
Yep. You hit that once, and then you go to the reset, which is the opposite end of the bottom of that toolbar. Those 4 hours or arrows.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. That's so unintuitive.
Yep. Welcome to PixInsight. All right. So we've got our color data. Now we'll pull up our luminance, and this is where all of our data is, or all of our detail is, I should say. So for this one,
This is the original luminance.
this is the original luminance, yeah. So I'm going to stretch this one manually, just using the histogram. So I turned off the preview, and you can see all my data is over here on this point. And I'm just going to grab the mid-tone. It would help if I turn the preview on. Pull it up. And then apply. Reset.
Okay, you're doing this with the luminance.
This is the non-linear, or I'm sorry, the linear luminance.
Okay.
And I'm just doing it incrementally.
This is the linear luminance.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Let me press the other one. Ah, it's appeared.
And this is just very iterative. You want to be mindful of what does the core look like? What does the background space look like? This looks pretty good.
I missed what adjustments you made. You just dragged the black point again?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And you're only touching the L. Oh, I see. You have it on RGB tag. Okay.
Yep. Let's just see what this does.
Maybe it did something really cool.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I'll just leave it alone. I don't have to hit it with blur. Yeah, I mean that looks fine. Yeah, so we got our Luminance. Again, I mean, this is like 1,000,000 hours, so it's pretty clean. But if you wanted to hit it with like a noise exterminator now, you could. Again, I'm just going by eye on my data, so I didn't bother even doing like blur. Yeah, see, like noise exterminator. Noise exterminator just makes it worse. You get these sort of banding up here, which I don't want. So
Depending on the image.
yeah, it depends on the image which tools you use. I'm just gonna go without the RC Astro in this case because it's pretty clean. You know, and I didn't do Blur X or either. So if I take my RGB now and I do LRGB, bing, 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 luminance. Let's see what happens here.
Can you show again what you do with the histogram? For some reason, I
Oh,
get mine to look.
that's not good. What am I doing with the histogram?
Yeah, because for some reason, when I don't seem to be able to apply. I'm pretty sure I'm so you're thinking the luminance that's not stretched, and some reason my
You have to reset the screen transfer function on that layer.
Okay, that might be.
So it starts off all black, and then you're just going to move the midpoint up.
Oh, I think I might have still had. That might have been the problem. Hold on.
Your luminance mix.
Oh.
That might be what happened. Okay, let me try that. Now
Actually, I could just go back a couple steps. Right?
Try this to SETI because he doesn't overstretch it.
Yeah, let's try that.
So something's still not doing. So you completely undid the screen transfer function. Then you open
Right,
histogram, but
Yeah, I like that.
And now I'll hit it with
yours
noise.
looks different.
Oops.
When you opened the histogram, did you do the thing again where you tried? You applied the screen transfer function and then you dragged it across to the histogram?
No. I started with the screen transfer off, right? Reset, so the image is all black. And then I set the histogram, make sure it's pointing at the right image, the L.
Oh,
And then
okay, yeah.
And then I just pulled the slider up accordingly.
So do you try to get that histogram peak at a certain spot in the grid?
Not necessarily. I mean, you want it to be somewhat proportional to the brightness of your color. Let me just see what this does. It's doing something weird with that HA.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that to the HA.
Try does it have you have image blend on there?
Where?
The,
Oh, the
I don't know if it's on there or not. Might be.
In here?
No, it's in utilities. There it is.
Let's try
Try
that.
using that. And then try.
Blend.
I think yeah, the luminance needs to be on the top.
Up here.
Oh, what mode do you have? Blend mode. Yeah, change that to color.
Oops.
No, that's further down. Yeah, color. Try that. That's not bad, though. I mean,
No, it's not.
now try the other way with the way you had it. Yeah.
What do I have? Luminance up top?
Now RGB on top, and then luminance on the bottom.
No.
No, so it has to be the other way.
No, it's not terrible. It's just a little noisy, which I can fix. Yeah, so for some reason, on this data at least, it's not liking my... Is there an apply?
You can do opacity too if you want to change it.
Where's that at?
Adjustment parameters. Come down there, that section. You can do stuff.
Midtones, highlights, black point. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, sorry, we're just messing with
You're doing this instead of RGB combo?
yeah, just because for some reason it doesn't
Like it looked like it was dimming it to me.
well, while also blowing out the
Oh, the core, yeah.
blowing out the
Also, I think when you put your stars back in, it might look a lot different.
yeah, let's see. So I'll put this on. Let's just see what happens. All right, that's tolerable. It's tolerable. It's noisy though, so I'll fix that. See, now you're getting the real. How do you do PixInsight? Because a lot of it is just like, this doesn't work. How do I fix it?
Everything's at the wall.
Kinda. Let's just see. Oh yeah. All right. There we go.
Where was image blend?
It's under tools.
It's
In the toolbox?
it's in utilities, but if you don't have it, you have to download it.
Oh, gotcha.
It's Adam, what's his face?
Adam bore you to sleep block.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
it's one of his.
So yeah, so you can do LRGB combo. You can try this image blend, which sort of works pretty well. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't like the HA. The HA may be too bright. I'm not sure. But this is a more realistic PixInsight thing, because you never know really how it's gonna shake out. So let's see what I can do. See what I can do with stars, and then stars requires that I have them all together. Okay. All processes.
Max, are you gonna have time a few minutes after you're done? I somehow I got stuck on mine and I don't know what I'm doing different, and I don't want to hold up everybody.
Yeah, we can sort you out. Don't worry.
Okay.
Because right now I'm trying to I'm you know,
feeling?
flying by the seat of my pants too, because I tried a new technique here, and
Andromeda is very difficult.
yeah,
You know, it's not the greatest thing to show somebody.
yeah.
It's difficult.
But that's the thing with PixInsight though, right? There's other
Not
means
every
to an
tool
end.
is right for every.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So let's just see what these stars look like. Are they good? Are they bad? Ooh, yeah. Look at that. I forgot the blur exit. Step one.
Did you forget to? They are aligned, right?
They're aligned, yeah. Yeah, this was shot with no flat. I told you. You saw the image.
You have a curved lens in there.
Yeah. Shot it through a
Depends
fisheye.
what your glasses, that thing.
It's bad. Yeah, I have to shoot it again, but like.
With your new scope you're buying,
Yeah.
your 3nm scope.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're still bad, but.
All right, what are we doing right now?
So right now I'm doing the star stretching. Yikes, on a bike.
Did you combine them?
Yeah, so I combined the RGB and channel combination, and then I hit it with blur exterminator.
Was it the correct one?
Correct only.
Wow. Like, do the other one, it'll shrink your stars.
Yeah, we could try that.
Mm. I mean, it's 2 seconds on the supercomputer.
And then we'll see what this looks like here. Star stretch. 1:1. Refresh.
Not bad.
That's not bad. That's
You can
usable.
boost your color up, color boost.
You think so?
I don't know. I can't see. I mean,
I think they look alright. I'll
fire away.
bump them up a little bit. Yeah, so that's a lot of stars.
Now, do you have halos on them? I just wonder what that halo thing.
Yeah.
Try that halo blaster thing, or whatever we call it. Halo be gone.
It'll be gone.
Yeah, that one.
Let's see what happens.
Ooh.
That's a sensitive slider, I tell you what.
Yeah.
I accidentally did
Whoa.
the channel combination and the.
That's good. It even pulls the color in.
I don't know, man. I don't like those.
Oh, you'll be looking lovely when you get it.
No, I'm going. Hold up. I don't like those at all. Let's try extra low. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think the halos are all that. I don't think the halos are my problem.
No, you got more problems.
I got worse problems. So we'll just combine these bad boys and see what happens. Combine images, stars, and find.
Good, actually.
Yeah, it's
I would say you pull your black points probably.
yeah, I do the black point. Yeah. Wait, it's over here, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, 175.
Yeah. It seems to wash the colour out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
know. Yeah, it's yeah, it's an image. I don't know. This target is not my favorite for sure.
Something weird with the EHG.
I don't. I think. So I've never tried this tool, and I figured.
Yeah, it's like blotchy.
I figured I would give it a whirl, but I think the PixInsight method, or the pixel math method may be the way to go.
So I think the EHG is normally like a purpley.
Well, that's what Melanie was saying, right? It was
The
like
beta
a
slider.
H beta slider. Yeah, it looks a little aggressive on this. Yeah.
Something you play with, you know.
But
Did everybody get the gist of how to combine an RGB image? You know.
Yeah.
Because it's all like in the middle of it. It's playing with the colors to get it right. You know.
yeah,
I got the gist from the tutorial.
Yeah.
It was great, but I'm gonna have to watch the video.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
but,
planning to do some
Yeah.
Nebula and some Galaxy.
Right.
I'll probably get it, but I would say 60% of that.
yeah. I mean, that's so. I'm sort of happy that it went off the rails a little bit, just in that, I think the thing I've realized in the last couple of years in using this software is that you can watch tutorials online till you're blue in the face, and even if you follow it to the letter, you're not going to get the same results because someone's got different data, different skies, different everything than you do, and it's more about you recognize, okay, this doesn't look right in my image, or this is something I want to change in my image or make it look differently, and knowing what tools are available to get you to that end. So, for instance, in this one, right, like I said, there's the SETI Astro Add HA, which, all right, yeah, it separates the HA all right, but I feel like blending it back in, it's more convoluted doing it using the pixel math method, but I feel like you get more control that way, and sometimes you need that, especially with some of these, like Andromeda is a very hard target because you got this crazy high dynamic range from the core to the outside and over a very short distance, and it's just to get the color, you want the color gradient from the core to the outside to work. You want the intensity, the brightness from the core to the outside to go well, but you also want it the outside bright enough to distinguish it from background space, and it's more difficult for sure than something that's like completely perpendicular to us, like a whirlpool galaxy, or something where the core is not kind of pointed right at us, or super bright like in this case, but there's multiple avenues to solving those problems too, right? You see different ways of stretching an image, different ways of stretching stars, different methods of combining stuff, different methods of denoising, and it's really, for me at any rate, figuring out what's the right tool in a situation for the job, and that's not always easy. I mean, something like this, like I said, when I when I got my quote unquote final image, I did it probably close to 20 times start to finish before I got it the way I wanted to. And the differences were, you know, subtle, but they add up. You know, you make a subtle change here and then it makes a 3 steps down the line that much easier or whatever. So it's one of those things you really got to like sit with, you know, and I wanted to do a broadband, and like I said, I mean, maybe this one wasn't quite the right choice, but at least it shows, you know, some of the ways to like, all right, how do I add HA to it? How do I, you know, go about doing some of these other things to it? But like this one, M42 is a really tough target. You know, the 3 narrowband, you know, nebula targets I find are a lot easier. Just because, you know, it's like, all right, here's your red, here's your green, here's your blue, you know, go nuts, that sort of thing. Like with Pac-Man, that, but yeah, I mean, I'd like to, you know, hopefully this was useful, and you know, hopefully it gives people a foot in the door of how to attack something like this. And now, you know, if you do watch a workflow online, you got a better idea of what they're talking about, you know, when they say this is what we're trying to do or whatever. You know, and I'm on Discord all the time, or email, whatever, you know, if you got questions about, all right, how do I do whatever, you know, I'm more than happy to try to sort you out, because like I said, I'm still figuring all this stuff out too. So, but yeah, I mean, I won't do any more. We've been here plenty long, but I don't know if anyone's got questions, comments, concerns. They're thinking of taking up a new hobby now, or
No, just
like
for
you said, yeah,
dual
you just
narrowband,
point
which
me
of those
when you're
tools would,
Where I
you know,
got stuck, I could probably take
if you
it from
wanted
there.
to try to.
That's all.
what? So for dual narrowband, what do you want to do?
You were saying, you know, if I wanted to add HAO to an RGB, like one-shot color image afterwards, which of these tools?
So you'd shoot them separately, right?
Yep.
And then I think so. I've not done that, but I think this might work. I mean, you're gonna have HO.
Yeah.
But maybe if you put that in here and put RGB, you know, I don't know what that's going to do. You can also do the if it's a galaxy, right? I'll post a link to the formula for sort of the manual pixel math extraction, the continuum subtraction, because I still think that works a little better.
I think it should be on the side there.
Is it?
Wanna pull it up, yeah.
Yeah, it might be in here. It's buried. It's buried.
Okay. Look down
Let's see. HA RGB combine. No.
there. Yeah, that'll be it.
Well, that's for the combination. You want the?
Isn't that what you're looking for?
No, I'm looking for the.
Yeah, that was it though. Puts
I'm
it,
looking for the subtraction.
puts it in the red channel, right?
That's near the beginning, I think.
No, I'm looking for the. I don't think it's in this.
Open on HA RGB.
We're looking for the HA isolation. Whoa.
Ooh.
That's very white.
You have an icon that says subtraction. Two down from there.
Yeah, this is the HA combination.
No. But you have from where you have highlighted 2 icons down.
No. That's something different. We're looking for a pixel math formula.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's in here. I might have it at home, and I know it's definitely online. But there's one where you plug in your HA image and your red image, and it does the continuum subtraction.
You do have a pixel math icon, 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah,
There.
all of these with the infinity are pixel math.
No, higher up.
Yeah, that's just basic pixel math.
That's just basic pixel math. All right, never mind.
So,
I'll stop trying.
Yeah, I'll dig it up and I can pass it along. But you could try that. I don't know
Might
what.
just have to tinker with a few of those and see what.
Yeah, but I mean that's when you would do it, right? You want to add it. So I think one other thing that makes it difficult, the way the SETI Astro tool works is not only is it extracting that, but it's also stretching it. And I think it's stretching the HA harder than maybe I stretch the RGB, and that causes problems.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a thing in there so you don't stretch it?
I don't think so.
I thought there was a little checkbox.
I don't think so. I mean, you could be right, but oh wait, I'm up here. Oh, it's output linear only. Yeah, maybe so. I thought that was for input. Yeah, so you would want. Yeah, that could be interesting to mess with.
Give it a shot. Quick output there.
Well, the problem is I've already.
Yeah, but you that created a new image, so you still have the old images in there, right? Just to see what it looks like. So
Yeah.
the itch here. It was red, right? Or do you do RGB?
No, that's if you have a mono. Let's see what happens. Let's see what it is.
I think around this time of year. It's a guess.
Is it done or is it
No, it's doing the next wave.
Good. Probably take an hour or nine.
Yeah, maybe that's the play, because then you don't have to come in.
Just to go ahead and go to the website on the
That may be the play, because then you don't have to come in with a RGB, everything pre-stretched, and then they'll be stretched together. So who knows? Maybe that works. I've never used this tool before. OMG.
A quick one, Max. You have a workflow on the observatory webpage. You get used to doing this. Can we follow this? I'm trying to get M42. That's my main interest as far as that nebula.
Right.
Try to use that workflow you have on the observatory webpage. Try to begin working on that. Would that be a good start?
I'm not sure I know. I'm not sure I know if there is one or not. A workflow. Yeah, maybe this.
See how like it's more speckly rather than
Yeah.
lumps.
Yeah, so maybe so this is HA narrowband. So then, all right, so then you go toolboxes. What is the toolbox? Combine RGB and narrowband. So you would do.
Did you do it in image blend or did you do it?
No. So let's do.
Oh, right.
These aren't stretched, right? So we'll go boom. Image 196 and HANB. And then we do toolbox 196 H alpha
HNAB 01.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not as
It's not nearly as aggressive.
right.
So even if you bump it up.
Yeah, that looks better. And then when you're going to stretch that, right?
Yeah. All right. So that's all right. So we're learning. That's the way to do it.
It looks a lot more smooth.
Yep.
Lovely, especially on the top part.
Yeah. All right. So that's the way to do it. Do it linearly. Unlink. Boom.
And then have your own control.
Yeah. Yeah. That's way better.
Much better.
Cool. We did it. So let's sit around for another 3 now.
Start
No,
over.
but yeah. So that's all right. So this looks a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, it's like